Why are you just hanging around here? Hey? You should go back over there. Go over there. Go on. Over there? Good evening, good evening. Goodbye. How are we all today? I have hands. Things are looking like they are working. My preview of chat is working. I've turned debug information off. I think we are good for another session of Satisfactory in VR. Welcome, welcome. As my mic on, my mic is on, so hopefully you can hear me okay. Satisfactory VR is a mod. I'm the mod author. It takes UEVR plus an in-game mod to do a total conversion of Satisfactory to work in VR. We have hands, as you can see here. Is there a cursor? I don't see any cursor. We have wrist menus here to access common functionality that would otherwise be on screen in the normal game. We have actions on here that we can do, so we can access build and such. Plus we have button shortcuts. So build menu, we can select the build menu from here, or we can see the icon on the back of the hand there. We can press that button to also access the build menu. So here we are in my Versatile Frames factory. So we are working through phase 2. Let me just show you on the HUD. No, that's flashlight. So on the VR HUD here, we have done our 1,000 smart plates. 100 automated wiring we're just going to hand do for now. At least we'll chuck it in an assembler without any factory behind it because it's only 100, but the 1,000 frames have been produced in this factory here. And this is what we've been working on the last few sessions. So we've got more than enough to finish phase 2 in here. And we're in a little overlooking workforce above our Versatile Frames factory here. So if we go out into the walkway here, here's our factory here. Actually, let me just jump out and parachute down. So we have 2 blueprint factories, one there and one there, and each of these is making 10 versatile frames per minute. And then around there we've got iron mining, we've got coal coming from up there and from over there, and the coal is coming down, being made into steel, and then the iron and steel are being fed into these 2 factories here, or two blueprint factories to make the versatile frames. Russ, good evening, how are you? Hello, are you? Welcome, welcome. Azurin shouted, "Hi, Russ," from the other room. she's listening, but she's currently putting up Christmas decorations. So there's a little multitasking at the moment. So last session we kind of finished this factory. I've done a little bit of work on the architecture. Russ says hi. I've done a little bit more on the architecture since the last time. So I finished off the roof here. I think we had the roof on here, but it wasn't complete. Finished off the roofing here. I put a walkway over this side here. Finished off some roofing and walls here to hopefully keep out the spiders. Although I got jump scared again. They seem to find a way in because, you know, we've still got the back of the factory open. I kind of like this part of the factory being open. At least I've got safety railings on it now, but I think there are some stingers that live down there that like to come up and say hi every now and again. You still haven't got decorations up? Well, we're hosting Christmas this year, so we kind of, well, not needs to, but we want to put up something, make it a little bit more festive here before the family invades on Christmas Day. I'm trying to remember what other bits I did since the last stream. It was just little bits and pieces. Safety railings. Finished off all the walkways around here. So it's pretty complete now. I mean, I could do walls all around here, but I'm not going to worry about that. The Australian, you should know better than to think you can keep spiders. Exactly. Oh, you're also hosting, right. Well, depends how much effort you're planning on putting in as well, and what the expectations of your guests are as well. But we don't host Christmas very often, so we thought we'd try and make a bit of an effort and put some decorations up. Yeah. So we've done with this factory. We're finished. Well, at least I'm calling it finished. So today we're going to do something a little bit different. Because we've got all the phase 2 parts pretty much ready to go, we need to bundle them off to the space elevator to deliver them and finish phase 2. It's one of the major milestones of the game, although phase 2 is still very early. But space elevator way over there is where we plonked it in session 1, and we're like up to session 18 or 19 now. So we are long past where we plonked the elevator. So I'm going to move it to a more permanent home, to somewhere that is hopefully a bit prettier, a bit more scenic. And we're going to attempt to make it look pretty with a nice building around it. Maybe I'm thinking I might have central storage where the space elevator is going as well, because I'm thinking later on project phases I might use a megabus sort of way of doing it rather than having separate factories, but we'll see. Either way, I like central storage, even though the depot means you don't need central storage as much anymore. So here's the factory from out here. I probably should put some signs on it or some glowy bits, but I think it came along pretty good. So farewell Versatile Frames factory. We might be back later this session, depending on how we go with the setup. But for now, we are moving on to, well, literally greener pastures for a bit, because we need to go and tear down the old elevator. Okay. Still deciding on the trifle flavors for Christmas? Ooh. Oh, not that will not help me travel across the wires. I need a zip line. So we are cooking up a lamb roast and some baked spuds and maybe a salad for Christmas, but everyone else is bringing a plate. But I have another Christmas celebration with the other slice of the family tomorrow. So I've actually been spending all afternoon cooking up a pasta sauce to go in a lasagna that is the most untraditional lasagna possible, I think, because of all the dietary requirements that everyone has. So this lasagna has to have no onion, no garlic, has to be gluten-free, has to have no meat because it's vegan. Also, what was it? No onion, yep. Capsicum can have, but just saying gluten-free vegan is enough to you know, knock out most of the sort of staple ingredients for a lasagna pasta sauce. So it's got lots of veggies in it. Actually, let's check on the doggos before we head off to the green grassy fields. How are we going, doggos? Snowy's got a slug. Excellent, Snowy. We like slugs here. George has iron plates. That's the first thing you automate, George. Scratch has some silica. And Timmy has a slug too. Good one, Timmy. Excellent. Well done. So yeah, let's just go and tear down the old elevator, and then I'll head to where the new one will be built. But we need to do a whole bunch of, it's not exactly landscaping, but architecture to place it upon, and we need to figure out spacing and everything. So, whoa, not that way. Almost took us off to the blue crater. So yes, I am officially on holidays now. Finished work yesterday. I've got 2 weeks off. So this is the normal Friday stream, but I might sneak in a few special holiday streams as well. Maybe doing some different content. Not sure yet. We'll see how we go. Whoops. As usual, with 2 weeks off, I have a huge list of things to do, and I'll be lucky to get through 10% of them. So I am not committing to anything as such. I'll just see how we go. So this is our starter base from session 1. We've got the biofuel burners down there. We've got copper products made here and all the iron products made here. And we have the good old elevator. Thanks, Russ. It will be a happy holiday indeed. And I'm really glad I get a break now, because the last few weeks of work have been crazy. So this was how we built the 1000 smart plates. It wasn't pretty. We just basically bolted it on to our original starter base, and we just let it tick for hours and hours and hours and hours, and it generated 1000 smart plates. So we're done with this. So let's get rid of this. Now the automated wiring we need to do. I was thinking I could set this up and let it tick here. But I think I'm just going to tear this down now and get cracking on the other one. That way we don't have to return here. Or do I want to set it going? Maybe we do set it going here. And then we can always come back and move the elevator later on. Or no. Let's get it done out of the way. Just after I tear everything down. So what we need to make for automated wiring is we need 100, which is bugger all. And so we need 100 stators and a whole pile of cable. And I forgot to get cable out of the supply. But is there cable around here? There's probably a container full of cable over here. Oh, look, cable. Let's see, how many did we need? $2.5 into 100, so 2.5 times, no, 2.5, 50, math bad, 50 divided by 2.5 times 100, which is... Man, math bad. That doesn't sound right. Search. 50 divided by 2.5 means we need 20 per automated wiring times 100. That's better. We need 2,000. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to connect it up to this supply here, because again, this is starter base stuff. We're not using any of this. In fact, let's put that back in. Will that Mark 3? Oh, they're Mark 1s. Let's upgrade those. And we need stators. Now, stators aren't made here, but we need 2.5 stators to make 2.5 automated wiring. So to make 100 wiring, we need 100 stators, which we just go into our depot, grab out 100, chuck them in and we're done. Actually, that's 14. Chuck them in and we're done. There. That will be enough. And that will make sure we actually don't make too much automated wiring as well. Now look, we've already got a... Yeah, that'll do. I'm not really cared about pretty at the moment. This is just to get this 100 wire tipping away, and then we will get on. So we'll come back a bit later on, tear this down, and once this is finished. So 2.5 per minute, and we need 100, so that'll take 30 minutes. No, less than 30 minutes. 20 minutes, 25 minutes, around there. Either way, we will have plenty of time to go and do some other stuff, and then we'll come back later and pick that up. So that, do I trust that it's working? Maybe I should wait. Okay, there's one going in there. We should see a pop-up on the HUD once it goes in. There it is, pop, one of 100. Easy. Okay, so now we're going to head off to where I'm going to build the new permanent home for the elevator for the rest of the game. Which is again kind of on the east side of the map. I've got a pretty picturesque spot picked out. There are some nasty natives though on the way, so I should probably take care of them just to make things easier. So we might have a bit of combat first. Thing is, I'm still phase 2, which means the only thing I've got is plain obelisks and plain rebar. And one of the things we need to take on is a nuclear hog. I mean, we could wait for nighttime and lure some stingers onto it, but especially without a fast jetpack, nuclear hogs are painful because they have a very quick charge that will knock most of your health off in one hit. I mean, I could chuck a bunker on him, but it just seems kind of cheating. What have we got? I mean, our doggos have given us a few other nobelisks, so as you were in hello. So we could try dropping a nuke on him. We've only got 5 of those, and I'm more likely to hit myself. Could take him as an option, I guess. What other tech have we got? Because we could possibly make some other things already. Okay, stun rebars might be useful, actually. Just need some Caterium wire, which we've got. Don't want to make gas grenades. Hey, we can actually unlock the gas mask now. No, we can't. Oh, no, we can. We could manually make fabric, but fabric is painful to make until you unlock plastics, which is that recipe there. Those are shatter rebars, so we could unlock those. Pulse obelisks not so useful. These are great, but this here needs plastic, and we haven't got to plastic yet, and so we don't have a rifle yet either. So this is all out because the cluster obelisks would be very useful. But I think some stun rebars and some nuke obelisks might be fun to try in combination. So I need some quick wire. Oh look, I've still got all those smart platings. I should recycle those. Haven't automated rebars yet. That's not been a priority yet. Thing is, it's a nuclear hog.
This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite atomically exciting. That was a physics joke.
Thanks, Ada. I don't know how effective the stun rebar is on a nuclear hog, and I do not know how effective a nuclear explosive is on a hog, but we can try. Oops. Come on, build. Build. There we go. Don't touch anything while it's auto building. That's probably enough. But nearly, I'll wait for 200. Oh, damn it, 201. Because if I can stun it and drop the nuke on it while it's stunned, like it's probably harder than it sounds. I mean, if it gets worse, I can always drop a bunker on it and just drop things in the top of it or shoot things through the window, but where's the fun in that? Oh, no, stop. I want to keep some normal rebars. Okay. We're really going to do this. We've got 5 nukes. 5 nukes. Already put them on my belt. Okay. I don't know if the gas ones would do much against it. Haven't really used it. Did I see the No Man's Sky plushies? Not lately. Are they a new thing? I might have seen them before. Just recycle those smart plates because we don't need them. Another 22 coupons, thank you very much. Actually, we might buy some fancy chrome and metal finishes before we go to the new place. We got 86, look, we got 110 coupons here. We should be able to buy most of the remaining cosmetic stuff, I think. Let's have a look. I mean, it's only 1 ticket. I might as well pick these up now. And pipes we're going to need in phase 3 a lot, so that will be more useful. Street lights, they are actually can be useful. Not so much. Okay, these are the good stuff, all the different metal finishes. So that's going to take up a fair amount of my tickets. Lots of patterns we haven't unlocked yet. How much have we spent so far? Only 34. Okay. Path. I am terrible at using these. I really should use them more because I've seen some really amazing builds that make great use of the patterns put on foundations, but for some reason I've just never got in the hang of using them a lot. Yeah, let's get tar and metal roofs. Wow, we might unlock everything here. They're announced very recently. Look like the non-seasonal ones have sold out. Okay, didn't see the No Man's Sky plushies. I have enough plushies. Okay, most of them are Satisfactory plushies, but I did see the Deep Rock Galactic plushies. They were pretty cute. Don't tend to use those, but let's see if we can afford everything. And do I need a coffee cup? Yeah, let's get a coffee cup. And 78, we can buy them all. Excellent. So with this, we've pretty much bought every cosmetic available to this point. And we have a coffee cup.
Official Fix-It coffee cup unlocked. Do not purchase unauthorized Fix-It coffee cups. They have been known to explode and attract wasps. Unauthorized Fix-It coffee cups lower your attractiveness to your preferred gender and/or your sense of well-being if you have no gender attraction or preference. Official Fix-It products can be licensed for your use from official Awesome Shop installations only. Come to the best shop on the planet for the best deals on all official Fix-It supplies, guaranteed.
It's the only shop, isn't it? I wonder what went here. Probably something really important, but now I have a coffee cup. Yeah, there it is there. See, one coffee cup with very sticky caffeine that you wouldn't be able to do this in flat mode. But in VR, you can tip your coffee out. It does kind of slush a little bit. It's more just a text, like a reflection texture, I think. There is a coffee machine in the hub. Oh, that bounced. Can I put it under there? That texture of the coffee flowing actually looks a little wonky in VR. Okay. What do we need? We have explosives, we have ammo. We should probably get a few more inhalers if we can, because otherwise we're going to die. I mean, I could save scum. Hog protein and nuts. I don't have any. Oh, I do have some animal bits. Why don't I come over here to the Slippermatic and duplicate some protein. Hog bits, hog bits. No, that's spitter bits. Hog bits. So by sticking a summer sloop in here, you get double the output that you normally do at no extra cost. And that is tons, because it takes 10 nuts per inhaler, and I've only got 74 nuts here. Unless I've got a whole pile in the crate here. Nope, no spare nuts. I've got alien. Oh, I didn't take it out of the output. What a noob. That's better. 7. Well, that... Problem is, if past track record is anything to go by, they may kill me faster than I could actually use the inhalers. So, let's see how we go. Let's ditch. What was I going to ditch? Don't need fluctuators. Don't need the leftover protein. Don't need to carry those around, or we might pick up more. Don't need the 32 tickets. Okay. Only 27 normal nobelisks. I'm really hoping the nukes work. I'm also running out of black powder to make more nobelisks. It's amazing how quickly you can go through nobelisks blowing stuff up. One day I will automate these. Right. Oh, he'd build one more than I nutted. Oh well, tough. I'm also going to go pick up some more concrete and beams before we get started, because we're going to be doing lots of architecture building, and you tend to go through a lot of concrete and beams. Next week, better to go on this one. This is my quite early game concrete that I just have never upgraded. It's probably enough. And over here is our steel factory. I do have beams in the depot, but if I'm going out to a build site, I'd rather go to the stock and just grab handfuls of it. That way I'm not going to run out mid build if I'm going to slap down so much concrete. I mean, I've probably got tons, but it doesn't hurt. Right. Let's stop putting off this fight. Let's go get beat up. I mean, technically we could go around the nuclear hog, but he's kind of in the path between my home and where the new elevator place is, so it would be best to deal with him now, although he's going to respawn because I'm not building a factory there right now. Because he's just up there through that sandy patch. Which is a nice area to build a factory, but I don't need to build anything there currently. That's right, I was prepping. So, Nobelisk, we are going to change to nukes, which I have 5, thanks to doggos helping me out. Where they find them, I don't know. Rebar gun. Instead of using normal rebars, we are going to use stun rebars. So I should be able to go stun, Nobelisk, throw. Theoretically. What I should do is I should change Nobelisk to be straight after rebar. That way I don't have to use the menu. I can just go stun, Nobelisk, throw, Ventolin inhaler, run away, having asthma attack. So stun, Nobelisk, asthma, and then coffee. Right. I'm going to save it here. It's done. Let me just check. Right. So the other thing I can do is I could build just some obstacles. It's not quite as cheesy as trapping him in a bunker. Here he is. Put a couple of these around that I can potentially hide behind like a little girl. No, where did that save come from? I thought that was the one I saved. 649. Wow, it saved twice. That's a bit odd. Okay. Stun, nuke, heal. Actually, let's get rid of the chainsaw entirely. We do not need that. Told you there's a problem making one more than needed. We don't need that as well. We don't need the zip line. We do not need 2 bits of spitter. Let's put our coffee cup. So now we can quick switch between the 3 things. So, weapons I've never used before. I mean, I've used the stun once or twice. Not really a lot though. I've never used a nuke in combat. That spitter's going to be a pain in the butt too. So Whoa! Well, technically that worked. Note to self, be further away when the nuke goes off.
Your Pioneer Agreement mandates greater care with fix-it resources.
Plan success. How many stun things did I make? 200 and something? Well, okay, so I need to switch off nuke. Nuke things before I hurt myself. Right, all my gear is on my corpse. Luckily that's not too far away. So nuclear obelisks, a bit of a blast radius. It was good to see that it actually died in one shot though. I would have been impressed if it survived, but it wasn't nuclear hogs, so... Wow, it blew my body back a long way as well. Right. I think that was in position 5. Coffee cup was position 6. And chainsaw, might need chainsaw. Let's put it back on our belt. Okay, and let's have a bit of a slip of that. The other way you can do it is you can use the stun bar and the whacking stick. So let me just change obelisks to... Okay, it is off nukes. I didn't want it to default to nukes. Missed. I mean, I got his buddy, kind of. Ah. There we go. Right. I can't remember if there's anything else dangerous on the way, but I feel a little bit more prepared now. Is it just through here? Yeah, here it is. There's a beautiful lake here. So I was thinking I could build kind of a base hovering over here with a sort of an entryway that curves around into the base there, and with the space elevator going up. And you've got the view of the water and the trees around, and you've also got the pink forest on the edge. So this is where we're going to be building a new home for the space elevator and probably our new central storage. And that's as far as I've planned. But I do kind of want to start by finding the middle of the water, because that will just sort of define the center point of the building. And I missed that diagonal. Come on, let me cheese up the hill. Let me, thank you. It's actually a couple of different approaches to here. Because the idea is if all the parts flow in through conveyor belts to central storage, the project parts can go up to the elevator. But if we have other project parts later, they can come out from the storage to side factories, and then the side factories can generate the project parts and send them back again. So that's kind of the concept I'm aiming for. And that's underwater. So here I'm just kind of measuring roughly to find the center. Doesn't need to be exact, but find where the center of the area is. So actually, this place was actually closer than I thought it was, which is not too bad. Okay, so we've got a run there. We've got like 3 or 4 different, 5 different natural roads into the area. So we could potentially have sources leading in from different places. Now, while that's over there, I might take the center from, I don't know. Let's see how many we've got so far. So 29 total, which means the center point of this would be the 15th square. Oops, too far. So this here is, it's at least the center from there to there. That's assuming that we're taking that island there as kind of the center point, which I kind of do. So this part here so far is the center. Let's actually just paint it. That was very black, I think. No, it wasn't very black. And now I've forgotten if that was 15 or this one was 15. I think it was that one. It's indicated enough. So this should be 14. Yep. So this is roughly the center here from this way. So now we go either side the other way. Splosh! I knew I'd missed that just before I landed. Get out of the build menu, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's close enough, the edge. Mblade V332. Hello, hello, welcome. Thank you very much. Keep it up. You mean keep falling in the water? So that is kind of the edge, but I'm tempted to snip it in and call that an inlet and call this line here the edge. Maybe one more. Okay. So how long is this total? Okay, that's 23 total. Pretty warm at the mo. Swimming sounds good. Yes. It's nice, peaceful water. Now it was 23, wasn't it? So half of that is number 12 would be the center coming from this side. So... Oh, you know what? That's 12. I wasn't too far off. So this one is the center going that way. That one's the center going that way. If I do this, it might come a bit closer to there, so I might want to bring the center one more. So let's see. I'm just going to take it either way. And see, I was thinking of curving in and around that pole there, but the pole's pretty far out as far as considering the center. So This is coming quite close here. So do I call this the edge? I think out to here is probably a rough estimate. $27. Well, at least it's being nice with odd numbers. That makes finding the center a little easier. So half of 26 is 13, so 14 would be the center this way. Which is the one we originally tagged, which is useful. So this is the center. We're calling this the center of this lake. Which means we can delete pretty much everything else. I think we don't even need this, the extremities of this. I mean, this is solely to find the center, so really we don't need much of this at all anymore. It's probably all going to come up by the time we're done. But now we've got the hard part, which is all the designing and stuff. Might leave those there just to give me something to land on if I go flying.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Right, we have an ad break. Well, Twitch wants an ad break and it won't give me a choice. So we're up to, wrong button, 82 of 100 of the smart wiring. So that we just set that going at the start of the session. It's mostly done. We have the 1,000 versatile frameworks ready to go, so we can deliver those by trucks. So we are going to build the new elevator home here. But I'm going to take a quick break, have a bit of a stretch and a drink while the Twitch ad runs, and we will be back shortly. Thanks for watching. Back in about 3 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Oop, and we're back. Okay, we are in... Is this called the Eastern Forest? I think it's called the Eastern Forest. I don't think the map really tells you the names. You have to go and look at the wiki to find out the names. So we started our game in the Grassy Fields here. We've built factories around the blue crater here. We've built another factory in here, which I think I read today that this area is called the Abyss Cliffs or something like that. It's actually a really cool area to build in, although lots of stingers in the area, especially at night time. Now we're off at this little lake here, which is on the edge of the pink forest, and I think this is called the Eastern Forest, this area. We've defeated a nuclear hog on the way over here through nuclear annihilation, which is kind of an interesting statement on the state of the world, but luckily we rezzed and the nuclear hog did not. So here we are building in a nice tranquil lake area. So now the hard bit gets to actually design something that looks cool. We also need a little more height. Now, I don't know how far above the water I want to build. And I am notorious for not leaving enough room. If I leave 3 full slabs, so that's 12 meters effectively. Oh, it's quite black on that side actually. 12 meters. This will potentially let me make room to have a walkway underneath. Let me play around. It gives me a bit of leeway to fiddle around with. And then I will probably just use a 1 meter as the bottom floor, because I'm planning on using glass for some of it. That way you can actually see through to the water below. How high is that? Yeah, 12 is up to the edge of that, so... Yeah, I suppose if we have conveyors coming in, they could come below this 12 line. And again, leaving 12 is better than just having 8 and then going, damn it, I need more room later on. So let's work with that. Actually, let's just go higher here. So this is the center point, and we're going to use our old friend, the circle reference, which we made 2 episodes, I think, ago it was. So, blueprints. I've used it twice before already, and it's proven to be fairly good at being a good base for making circles. Down here, circle ref. So if we aim for the middle of that circle and lock it into place, each one of those is a 5-degree circle increment outwards. Now, normally when you have 5-degree increments, you can go out to about 11, I think it is, and have a nice edge. So if I went out here by 10, that's kind of where it is. And given the size of this area, we won't want to go bigger than that anyway. So it looks like we probably will want to do every 5. So I should just be able to go out like that. Ah, I was going to lower it by 1. something I figured out before is, you know, once you snapped it on, if you lower it 1 meter, it makes it much easier to then snap onto the next one. I should try and remember which one I'm up to. I think that was black, so red. Oh, I didn't lower it. Lock, nudge down. Black. Black, lock. Soup, lock, nudge. Red, lock. No, missed. Lock. Zoop, lock, nudge down. Black. Red. Oh! That's not what I clicked on. Okay, obviously it was what I clicked on, but it's not what I meant to click on. We need zoop mode. And this is why we need a lot of concrete. Missed one. This is certainly a lot faster than manually rotating everything by 5-degree increments every time you need a circle. Doesn't matter if it's too long or too short at this stage, because it's easy to add ones on the end if need be, or delete them. I didn't lower it. Lock, nudge, lock. Lock, nudge, build. Lock, nudge, build. Is that bean going to be in the way? Of course not. Beans never get in the way. Ah, it's actually a bit further out than it looks. Missed one. Don't miss another one. That one. Yeah. It's not a hard, repetitive pattern to do, but lock, zoop, lock, nudge, build. Lock, build, soup, lock, nudge. Lock, nudge, build. Oops, behind my chat window. Lock, nudge, build. I think I did that one. Nope, I hadn't done that one. Maybe I should just do all the black ones and then all the red ones, since I can't seem to keep track of which one I'm doing next. Black. Lock, nudge, build. Red. Lock, nudge, build. There's a spitter over there that is going to be causing me troubles, and I just know it. It's getting harder to see where I'm building to. Let's start the other direction, come back. So, done that one, so this one. That's too far out. And I could do it every 10 degrees, except then we'd have a gap on the outside. And realistically, we only need the outside angles at this stage. But you can only fit that size circle in the blueprint maker. So you have to work from that and then extrude outwards. And then clean up the middle afterwards. Nearly there. Two more. Was red the last one? It was. Amazing. Okay. So that's kind of the lowest level of our floor. I might leave this here because if I stuff something up, it'll easily let me rebuild different angles in the middle again. But normally what I can just do is you don't need every angle on the inside. And in fact, most of the inside is going to be just a plain rectangle like this. So if we were, I can't build the elevator yet because it's still at the other place. But this might be a good time to tear it down and bring it over here to see if it's actually going to fit and look decent. I'll leave those there. Okay, so this is our foundation effectively. The elevator is probably still going to be up quite a bit because I'd like a storage logistics floor in this particular area, and then the elevator above it. Don't know if I'm going to have a walkway around the elevator. I've never really built close to an elevator before. I've always plonked it somewhere. And they have terribly large clipping boxes, so we'll have to see. So let's go get the elevator. It is over there. We have now finished our 100 automated wiring, so it is not going to be doing anything. Now we came in by that path. Where's the home? That's the factory where we left it. Our home is there. So I think we came in here. I wonder where this path goes. Let's go out that way. And let's go tear the elevator down. There are spiders there. Or more accurately, stingers. Maybe they didn't see me. Oh, I know this area. There's quartz around here. Oh, they saw me. Reload! I'm wrong on the wrong ammo. And a big one. Let's get rid of the little ones first. Ow! Killer bees! Okay, now I know where we are. Why did we build here? Oh man, I'm a terrible shot. Yeah, the trick is to shoot them not as they're jumping. Crap, that's too close. That changed weapons. Fine, let's do it this way. That's the other way you can get them. Probably should have tried to begin with. Well, that was a bit exciting. I don't need that. There's still a bunch of little ones. I took out 3 or 4 of them, but... So yeah, they will probably respawn every time I'm in the area until I build a factory there. Yes, I know I need to clean up. Back to the starter town, where it all began. So we have a massive factory making versatile framework. And this is our automated wiring factory, because we only needed 100 of them, so that's temporary. We will build a lot more automated wiring later on. So, elevator, how are we going? We are loaded with 2. The versatile frameworks are ready to go. We just need to deliver them by truck. But I wanted to get a more permanent home. Farewell, elevator, until we rebuild you. Tempted to get that slug while I'm here. I need explosives and not nukes. Probably not close enough. That one was close enough. That's a bit low. Ah, it's good. That bean's laughing at me, I know it. Spot on. Because when we were here originally, we didn't have explosives. A little bit high. It's good though. Let's clear out this whole area. Wow. I've managed to hit every single one. They haven't been the best throws, but they've all been good enough. Pretty happy with that. Because, you know, janky ass VR throwing in a modded game using UEVR. It's a lot of things up against me. That's not what I wanted. Wow. That's 100% efficiency on the explosives. Very happy. Come on, Sluggo, let's take you home. To crush you. Hibiki Ryuga, good evening. Could you code to the VR interface to take your arm movement speed as an indication of thrust? It does take my arm movement speed as an indication of thrust. The holding button for time does not work in VR. It was a bug that plagued me from day one, I think. And I spent so much time trying to figure out why long press of the Nobelisk would not work. And so it was only a few months ago that I finally said, stuff it, trying to make long press work. Let's actually use the speed that you're throwing at. So yes, it uses the velocity and the angle, the direction that you are aiming at to throw. There's a little latency between you letting the trigger go and it actually throwing, but it still takes the velocity and direction from the point you release the button, even though it takes a little bit for the game to actually animate it, because you know, there's part of the default game animation. But yeah, it's trying to implement throwing mechanics in VR is always challenging. It is there are lots of bad throwing mechanisms in VR games, so I'm actually pretty pleased with how this ended up working out. It is cool, and like being able to hit every single one of those, it's like usually, like, I suck at throwing, I'm not a not a very accurate person, so being able to hit every single one of those was a pretty good indicator that it was actually doing what I wanted it to do. Can you do underarm soft lobs? You can do any movement you want. The soft lob still needs to be moving fast enough to instill a bit of velocity into it. But yeah, any angle. You can even throw it backwards over your shoulder if you want. So let's move away from where doggos are and anything. So so you can do like a flip off to the side, and it goes flying over there. You can do an underarm like that. Actually, that worked really well. Maybe the underarm swing has more velocity than the overarm motion I was doing. That worked really well. Whoa! Log at huge directions. There is a setting in the mod settings that you can adjust the scale. Let's check on the doggos, see if they've got anything for us. Status, okay, we already make those, George. Scratch. Was it Scratch who gave me silica at the start? Snowy with the slug. Good one, Snowy. That's useful. There's one more of you. Where's he hiding? Which one of you hasn't handed it in yet? And the one that's not Scratch or George, please stand up. There we go. Timmy's been out hunting and got some spitter remains. Thanks, Timmy. Thanks. Okay, let's head back to our new... Oh, no, let's go there. Let's go up the hypertube elevator. Back out to the build site for the new factory home. Actually, why am I ziplining? It's on foot because I don't have any power there yet. Maybe I should run power out there now. Nah, I'll do it later. So earlier I set up these pillars as a sort of a potential shelter for hiding from the nuclear hog. And then I ended up one-shotting the nuclear hog and myself at the same time. Okay, so that path up there leads to part of the lake. Through here. Yep, that was terrible. Let's bounce off the beam. Sploosh. Oh. Okay. So it would be good to get some height just to see elevator positioning, and I might actually just plonk the elevator down just to get an idea of its size to build around, even though I'm probably going to build it up above higher. Let's leave those there just in case that platform's useful later. Right. One space elevator. Oh, it's not that big. By the way, it is huge. So the center point, I can't see my dot marker, so I can't easily tell. Let's rotate it. Yeah, the control panel is kind of a center point. And so there is kind of the center. Sure, let's just plonk it down. And this is one of the coolest animations in the game as it builds the elevator. And also the coolest way to get a crick in the neck. Or fall over backwards. So cool. Can you rotate a hologram when in freeform view? Yes, you can rotate it when it's in freeform. You can't rotate it while it's in locked mode, which is a game limitation. But yes, if you're putting something like you're holding control and you put it anywhere you want, then yes, you can rotate it. Okay, so we're not leaving the elevator there. We're just looking at sizing and spacing. I think is that not quite centered? It's actually put these feet down, so I wonder if I do build it above, if it's like factory floors that will extend down. That would be cool. So yeah, actually the center shaft does look... The only way to really tell is to come down here. And again, get a crick in the neck. Okay, not perfectly centered. So when we're placing it next, we can come another 3 meters to get that center part centered. Will I remember that later? Who knows? Nope. I was so confident that would be easy. Fine, I will go one more. Okay, so the elevator is actually soft clipping, not hard clipping, which means it looks like we could build in and around it. I wonder if they changed that, because I thought the clipping was worse than that. Or is it the player clipping that sucks? No, I can move around here. Might be higher up that it has more of a bounding box. Like I can't jump forward that way. I can build a platform there. But I can't walk. This bit here is invisible. There's kind of an invisible wall here. So any walking stuff needs to be on the outside. Yeah, it's still blocking. No, I can get in here. Okay. So it is a height thing. At about that height, we can't walk close to the middle bit, which you probably don't want to with these things moving and all that stuff going on. So that's fine. Okay, so you know, I want to test these feet. I want to see if these feet do actually extend. Oops. I wonder if I can aim straight at that bit. I'm waiting for that spitter off to the side to eventually spot me and start shooting at me. Where's the front? There it is. As cool as it is, I'm not going to stare at the animation every time, but it does indeed have legs that extend. Rice Munch, how's it going? So yeah, if you build on a raised platform, it will actually extend legs down, which means we can put a walk area underneath here and still have the elevator legs sticking out. So that's a 4 meter raise. I wonder if it'll go higher. Okay, I'm guessing by the red. Actually, if I lock it, okay, it doesn't care if I lock it. Let's see what legs it makes. 750 hours in, not space elevator. Well, this is the thing: is I am how far am I? I'm just about to finish phase 2, so I am early game. That's the wrong button. 110. So I've been playing this, say, for 110 hours, and I'm finally trying to find a permanent home for the elevator. It's been sitting in the grassy fields this whole time, and so we're building a new home for the elevator in this lovely lake area here. So did it give us legs? No, no legs. Okay. So 8 meters will not give us elevator legs. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't overshoot. How about 6 meters? See, also, like, that's, if I lock that there and then move 1, 2, 3, 4, that should be centered. And, hang on, okay, it is still red. No, it's not red. Okay, so 6 meters gets your legs. Which is cool, because you could theoretically build some extra roofing or lighting in here. There's still plenty of headroom. So that's good to know. So I think this is a good height to have the legs extend down if we were going to use this method. Now, is it centered? Man, that's noisy. Yes, spot on centered. Okay. So that technique for centering it works as well. So if you have a raised platform and you have your cursor right on the edge of it, you lock it in place, nudge it 4, you get right in the center. But also visually, if you look at this arrangement here, so these edges are not quite to the edge. So if we just look at that arrangement, that's also another way we can look at it to center it. Does this snap? No. Okay. I was hoping that this platform here would have snapping points. It does not, so we will need to get creative there. Okay. Right. I'm kind of tempted, because as I said, the idea is I'm going to put a storage warehouse around the edge. Nothing for massive storage, but some. I could have the storage on the same walkable level as the elevator, so that you can grab a part, then weave between the legs to grab another part on the other side. That might work. Wish the catwalks were more integrated with the machines. They're integrated with some of them. Like, they snap to some of the machines. Just not all of them, otherwise it would snap to that. But I'm assuming this will line up, if I can find which centered one. Yeah, okay, so it's at least not at a weird angle. You can place things so that they are lined up. If I put one of those with rails under it. So you could do something like that. And so you'd have the walkway under it around. Or you could have a bigger walkway around as more of a platform. Yeah, they've lined it up, but they haven't actually put a snapping point on. As far as problems with the games go, that's minor. Right. So proof of concept, elevator. I'm wondering if we can get somewhere high and see how it looks from a distance. Not that I can get anywhere high without a jetpack. It's daytime, so those spiders should have disappeared. So there's still plenty of edge around there, so it's not looking too crowded. Unplayable. Yeah, exactly. I only have 2,500 hours in unplayable. Tell you what though, some of the bugs are really annoying me, and I wish they would be fixed. I don't know if it's my building style, but I keep finding things that's like, this is broken now and used to work before. What was that? Oh, a little one. Ah, still on the static. Yeah, he won't eat much. I should go out and take out that spitter and steal that slug. No, I'm going to leave the slug there. He hasn't hassled me yet. Okay, so let's start experimenting with storage. I don't know if I'm going to do the storage tonight. We'll see how we go for time. But the version... Oh, that's right, there's depots. Some annoyances I find with the build system, they changed in update 5. That's still annoying, right? Okay, well, I started in update 5, so I don't have too much to complain about. I don't think I need dimensional depots as part of this storage because all the source factories will have depots, so it will be just the storage container. Normally what I do is I'll have half the container under, so that the top half is accessible via the Pioneer, and the bottom half can go to logistics elsewhere as needed for project parts and such like that. So we're going to need a new storage blueprint. So let's just start with a raw unit. This also determines how big we want the circle. It's actually probably a reasonable size circle. Like if I put... I line it up with this edge here and put containers around every second one. Then we can stick my usual wall on the front, and there's lots of room behind. Now that, I'm guessing, is a 10-degree gap. So that's 5, 10, 15. So those are 10 degree apart, which in a 360-degree circle means there'd be 36 of them. And I don't know if that's enough. But we can probably make it enough. So the idea is that we wouldn't have... do we want basic stuff in here or not? Probably do, don't we? Does anyone know offhand how many buildable parts there are? I don't necessarily want every item. I want every item that's useful for building. The idea is that this can be a place where you can stock up on supplies if you need it. But also, if I have a little side factory in the clearing over there, I can have parts from here be filtered out to there, make more project parts, which can fed directly back to the elevator. So the idea is that theoretically some of the later project parts could be done as side factories around and just get pre-made parts directly from this storage. But I'm probably only going to have one container per part because I'm trying to keep this aesthetically pleasant, so I don't want it to be like a huge warehouse. By the way, nice train track I saw. I watched your video of the train line. Very smooth. I don't think I'm going to go that style of train line in this one, but yeah, it was very cool. So, no, wrong menu. Part of the prettiness is if we have glass floors, then we can see the water underfoot. Might need some lighting under there to make the water pop a bit more. And this is just enough so that the main concrete has the elevator support. So if we just have 2 lines here of the glass.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements.
Hey, Smirkin! How's it going? Chat just went past too fast. I need a bigger chat buffer.
Viewers. Thanks for the raid SMERKIN 5000, and welcome everyone to the channel.
I think what did my storage was 42 items is the total needed. Just finished doing the long road in the Desert Valley. Yeah, it was an impressive railway, Rice Munch. Very good, very nice. And a lot more railway than factories, unless you missed some factories. But yeah, it was good. Smirkin, welcome in. How are you? Smirkin, the guru, and his students have arrived. Bitfighter, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We are playing some Satisfactory, obviously. I assume, were you playing some Satisfactory as well, Smirkin? What were you up to today? We are nearly finished phase 2, so we're going slowly. And this session is we're finding a new home for the space elevator. So this isn't its exact resting spot. It's just there more of a space for a spatial thing and to get some layout ideas as well. Working on the rubber for the computers for radio control units. Cool, cool. I'm looking forward to unlocking plastic. And I'm also not looking forward to unlocking plastic. Fuel and plastic will be next. Yeah, so we discovered if you raise up the build point for the elevator, it has these legs that extend down. So this is a 6 meter support here. In here, there's a 4 and a 2. We built the elevator on top of it, and it's extended these legs down from the elevator that lets you walk underneath it. So yes, we are on a nice picturesque lake, not really any resources around here, and we're building a circular outpost for both central storage and also to be the home for the elevator. Hi, Rick. Hey, welcome. So the idea is that all the factories would feed products into here, which is pretty old school. And later on, some of the project parts can just directly take supplies from this warehouse, and they can go off to little side factories around the area to make the project parts. So it's kind of like a big project factory, but also could be a home and a transport hub and things like that. So we're trying to determine the layout and how many containers we can fit around here neatly and how many containers we might actually need. Unfortunately, being a circle, we can build 36 containers, and I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Rice said he'd built 41 in the past. Hang on. I need to look at my chat scroll back. Was it 41, Rice? 42 items total needed. Yeah. Were the cats fed? No, the cats have not been fed. You can believe them this time. 42. Yeah, okay. I don't know, but that's basically all building parts in the game, isn't it? Now, I have done this kind of a warehouse before. And what I ended up doing was actually having a second tier, and I can probably get away with this. So if I do the 36 all the way around the edge, that will be enough for a long time. Betty's calling. No problem, Spurkin. Thanks very much, and thank you for the raid. Catch you next time. Have a good weekend. Like this wall here is not the most interesting wall, so we could actually do a second layer or even a third layer of extra containers around here. We could also stack them offset by 5 degrees. So we've kind of said this is where this one will be. But we could put one in here, sort of there. So in that respect, we could have a full 72. And that way, if we needed project parts down below, we could always grab an elevator here and take it down that way to take out parts for the elevator. So that is possible. And I think that would work reasonably well. The other thing is you could have this lift going up and then have another logistics floor around, ringing around the top levels that takes parts out. That way you can still sort of, we could have a little staircase up to grab the stuff out of here if need be. Yeah, I think that will work. So let's work with the 36. It's the most easily divisible. These glass floors and the positioning they're at look pretty reasonable as well. So now the question is, do I want to work with this height or do I want to leave more room below? This is where I'm just going to end up leaving everything where it is, isn't it? There is still tons of room under here. I'm even tempted to lower it. I might regret that later though. See, if I put some lights around here that are facing down at the water, I think that would give the water a nice glow that you could then see through the glass floor. I think that could work. And like, I guess it did take me a little while to do the circle, but it was pretty quick. I'm gonna have to rebuild it anyway without the circle to get that foot all the way down. But I think this is a good plan, and knowing the plan is the battle mostly won. So we probably need to make a blueprint for the container that's a little bit shinier. Let's actually test the walls. How well do the walls align if I have these around? Oops. That is actually very smooth. So yeah, I think that'll be fine. This is actually a bigger. I've made circle warehouses before, but this is actually bigger than I've made in the past. And if we go with, what am I doing? We'll go on the quick bar. Put a concrete pillar in here for a bit of texture. I wonder if I could rotate that 5 degrees in a blueprint so that it's actually offset perfectly. 36 would work for all the basic parts, yeah. But 38 without fuels, don't need fuels. I mean, No, because the fuels will go into the... we might need a couple of fuels for later project parts, but I don't think so. And fuel going into the depot will be fine for like jetpack use. Fabric and power shards. Power shards... Fabric I might have here, actually, because if I do make this a pickup place for all supplies, then having some automated fabric might be useful. Or we could have a separate mini kiosk with things like fabric and ammunition.
Incoming
and that kind of
propaganda
stuff.
broadcast detected. Please
Because it
seek
is nice to
shelter.
have a supply, an equipment supply. But I think that would be separate from this. This would be a construction parts supply, and the equipment supply would be a separate building, or maybe a separate floor. Yep. Okay, this is good. And that was our Twitch ad break warning. Fit the actual parts, no screws. Do not need screws. If any project part needs screws, it can take a steel beam and turn the steel beam into screws. So I don't need that level of low parts. The low parts like plates, actually I probably don't even need the basic plates. Like if I look in my depot here,
that is not embracing the screws.
it is embracing the screws. The screws come out elsewhere. You should see my heavy modular frame plan. Concrete I would have, because sometimes I'll need to stock up with a bunch of that. I don't tend to need huge amounts of iron plates or reinforced plates. Rods, yes. Cable, maybe. Modular frames, maybe. Steel beams, yes. So maybe the other stuff. But I could skip the early plates if need be. So it's only only the awesome shop uses screws, and I have 200 on me. which eventually I should probably put in the depot, but I don't want to taint the depot with them just yet. Okay, anyway, Twitch ad break. So this is a good point to pause. After the Twitch ad break, I will work on making a shiny blueprint version of the storage with some fittings and trimmings and lights and things like that we can then lower into place, and then we can start placing those around the center. So YouTube people, Twitch makes us play ads, and so it is a good reason for me to take a break and have a drink as well and hydrate. So just waiting for my dashboard to load. Apparently my Quest browser crashed. That's not useful. So yeah, 3 minutes and we'll be back and continue with the design and the build. Come on, Stream Manager. There we go.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are playing some Satisfactory in virtual reality. That spitter up there still hasn't spotted me. We are making a new home for the space elevator before we send off our phase 2 suppliers. And we are combining a storage facility here as well. So we're going to make a blueprint to make some pretty storage type containers, which we've done for a couple for the satellite factories out. So this will be a bit of a different design because it's got to fit in. So I'm just going to chuck a blueprint maker down here. Clonk. Here we go. I'm wondering if I should make a bottom found. Whoa! My quest just blinked out. That's not good. What are you doing, quest? Okay, am I too close to the boundary? No, it seems fine. Great. Technical difficulties. Anyway, I might put a foundation underneath it as well. That way, because we might need a little bit of an overlap if we are putting some logistics, or at least it'll be a good reference point to have around the outside. So we will start. My quest just blinked out again. Just a minute, I'm going to take my headset off and put it on again. Just wondering if the sensor that senses it's on my head might be playing silly buggers. That's the first time it's done that in a while. Hang on, let me adjust again. My hands are going to go a bit wibbly again. Okay, Nikolai719, goddamn, you can do Satisfactory right. Goddamn, yes, you can indeed. We have full hands, we have custom wrist menus here. You can access your build menu through the wrist menus, or you can use radial menus to access your build menus. And you have radial menus for your, come on, close that. Radial menus for your equipment and for scanning. And we even have a custom heads-up display that works in VR. Goodbye to my family, I'm busy for the next 7 months. Exactly. Welcome to my last 2 years. Although a lot of that, I'm the developer of the mod, so yeah, spent about 18 months to get it to this point. So yes, if you're on Twitch, you type !mod info, it will give you a link to find out more information about the mod and where to download it from and set it up. It is the only way to play Satisfactory once you've been here. It does need a pretty powerful computer. Especially if you're streaming it, but if you're not streaming it, that's fine. I developed it on a 2080 NVIDIA 2080 card. For most of the time after that, I upgraded to a 3080, but I have just recently upgraded to a 5080, and it runs okay. Thanks. I did it for myself because when I first started playing Satisfactory back at update 5, I was like, this world is gorgeous and would be awesome in VR. And it wasn't until the UEVR mod.
Nikolai719 just followed you.
Oh, thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follow, Nikolai719, and welcome to the channel.
When Praydog released his UEVR mod, which allowed basic VR in any VR game, that was the, not exactly the day, but it was the day I started plotting and learning Unreal Engine to make a companion mod to go with it. It also includes first-person vehicles for most of the vehicles, which is great fun. Okay. So I do want to leave, we also need to have auto sorting at the back here. So there will be some space here to add some smart splitters to sorts the stuff as it comes into the warehouse. It's not really a warehouse, it's not a huge supply, but I guess it is kind of a warehouse. We're not going for mass storage here, we're just going for a bit of everything. Actually, I'm going to build one of my other storage blueprints because it's got some style stuff in there that I want to copy. Let's go with the V2 one. I can't build that because I don't have fluctuators. remember when I said I'm going to put these fluctuators away because I don't need them? Damn it. Is movement through sticks... I'm actually playing standing up. You can play sitting down. So the basic controls are your left stick is your forward, backwards, and strafe. The right stick is turn. Up and down on the right stick is also up is a way of accessing this menu, and down is used for a number of things. It's used for rotating things. If you have a weapon, down is also what you use to change the ammunition. It actually uses trigger and grip for jump and crouch, which is a bit non-standard, but once you get used to it, it becomes really intuitive. Using the jetpack is awesome fun. It is indeed. Fluctuators. It would be much easier if I can copy my old design. So I'm actually going to pop back to home, which is not far away. Home is that way. And I'm going to grab fluctuators just so I can build one of the old storage designs that I can copy parts of. Hopefully that nuclear hog hasn't respawned. Yeah, even like the parachute just gliding around is amazing in VR. I mean, you don't have, I haven't got the full hands holding the strings implemented yet, but just still the feeling of floating around is awesome. Okay, just that's all I needed. Don't think I need anything else. That'll do. Actually, I do have a spare Mercer on me. I'll drop that off while I'm here. And I'm not going to need those nukes again. I had a bit of an altercation with a nuclear hog, but, well, nobody won. You know, I'm going to run basic power out because I'm going to need power there anyway. I'll just run I'm just going to plonk some towers down, and later on I'll make it nice and pretty and follow a nice path. Wiring. For now, I'm just going to, let's go this way. Meant to be working, so I'll dip out for now. We'll go back to see more of this awesomeness. Cool, cool. The VOD of these is also available on Twitch and YouTube, so if you do want to go back and watch something that you missed, they will be available there. Oh, one of the spitters has spotted me. Ah! And a alpha hog apparently shooting me in the butt. Wow, he's still shooting at me. Come on, man. Wow. They really are snipers. Where's that platform? It's there. Okay. So building a different style just so we can copy some of the ideas and textures off it. Really, it's just the signs because I hate reconfiguring them every time. Oh, I took a Versus Sphere out of my inventory. The irony indeed. There's got to be a Mercer Sphere around here. I refuse to go home and just because I put that Mercer Sphere away. There's no Mercer Sphere near here. Come on, there's got to be one. Actually, I've got a zip line, so going home won't take very long at all. As long as I put the ladder on the wrong side. You know what? I'm going to rebuild this with the ladder around the other way. Where's... I'm blind, it's right there. I don't need this one, immersive sphere. I'm going to put it in storage. Where's it hiding? There it is. Is that tree going to stop me? No, thank goodness. But that alpha hog might. Where is he? How do I split? B. One mesosphere. I just need one. Look, I'll test building it here just to make sure I've got everything this time. See, I can build it. Okay. Oh, okay, that actually worked okay. Apparently it really slows down while we're in the build menu. So that way I can copy that sign and I can copy those signs. Because they're a little annoying to set up. And I can sort of also steer the style here so I can copy that, which should be good. So, let's actually do the sign first. I think how I did it is you start with a 2x2. Because the 2x3 won't snap on the top here, but the 2x2 will snap on the top. Then you nudge it half a meter back. Because if it's too far forward, you can't access the storage, and if it's too far back, it hides behind the black. Actually, I've just realized that's got to be on the top floor. Because this part is underneath. Maybe I should have just built this at home with my blueprint maker that had all the stairs around it. That's probably enough. Okay, so 2x2, sign of black, and it's not going to snap to the top one. Interesting. Nudging it down a meter. There's a slight gap there that I don't think is there on the other version. Let's stick a wall in front. Okay, the wall covers the top part, so it doesn't matter. And we can access our storage. Okay, so that's the bit above. A bit below we'll leave as is. We're going to want some concrete pillars on the side, but we want them rotated by 5 degrees. But if I rotate these, they're going to rotate by 10 degrees. So if I start with a road barrier, which rotates by 15 degrees. Now, if anyone's watching who's using the mod, I've actually been making some changes. I've put a new rotate method in. If you hold snap, you can, it's clashing with the wall. Stop that. That's 15 degrees. So the new thing is normally if you press left and right, you turn. Let me show you again. If you've got a floor like this, normally if you rotate things on here, it rotates by 45 degrees. If you hold, and if you normally turn, it rotates you, the person. If you hold the snap button, which is this button here, rotate now is 5 degrees, which you can do by pressing down and then rolling left and right, which is really fiddly. But if you're holding snap down, just pressing left or right now rotates by 5 degrees, and it doesn't keep going. If you hold it down, you have to tap. So you can now do precise single increment rotations, which for sort of granular stuff like this is really useful, because the other way of doing it is using this method. No, not that method. Let me go back to build mode. This method. So if you hold grip to be in snap mode here, but this is very granular here as well. But even if you're doing this mode here, you could hold this still and then use left or right here to do 5 degree increments. So it's kind of a third way of rotating things. But it's specifically for things that are very fine. Now this is going to be annoying. So that's 15 degrees. Hope this works. I mean, there's other ways you can get 5 degrees, but now if you rotate this that way, that is rotated 10 degrees. 15 degrees minus 10 degrees is 5 degrees. So that is actually rotated 5 degrees. I'm tempted to run that down and to have a similar wall on the bottom here. We're not going to have anything come down from above here, though. But we do kind of need to cover it up because it's a bit ugly. So maybe we do want a panel along the top for a bit of lighting. But I think we'll just use the really long skinny one. Oh, I see. It's not flush. It's actually sticking out a bit. Oh, that's the 5-degree angle. Ooh. Nah. Oh, that's right. If you put one there like that, then this one can get a lot more granular.
Azure Wren has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Okay, I will hydrate. Give me a second, guys. Azurin has asked me to drink some water, which is a good idea if I don't trip over it and spill it everywhere. Oh, there it is. So my hand is going to go a little wobbly while I drink. Hydration done. Yes, see, if I attach it to that, I can actually move it up and down much smaller increments. As well set these colors now. I think I know what color it was. I'm pretty sure it was just Pioneer Overalls color. So to have this sort of as a light rather than a sign, you can change the layout to be minimalist. So just text. Then you clear the text, and then you can set the colors like that, and then you can put the emission strength up to 3, and then you can either make it matte or glossy. Let's leave it as matte. I think we use matte for other ones. Then once you've got one, you can then copy that . Come on. Let me snap there. And because they're overlapping like that, it covers up the seam and is a beam all the way along. So when we go around, these pillars will basically overlap each one. So what are we going to do on the roof of these to cover them up? Actually, I unlocked a bunch of roof textures. We now have a metal roof that we could use. Like that. It's pretty chunky. And that would cover the sign, but if we move it up by 1 meter and then maybe a black beam along it, or we could nudge it up by ½ meter. Let's try that on here. It's a handy ladder. Actually, that's not too bad. The sign actually sits in front of it. Let's try it with a black beam instead, though. I'll do it a ½ meter and then do a black beam along. I'm almost wondering if we want to angle the light down a bit. I mean, the top is simple and people shouldn't be jumping on top, but I guess that's fine. So let's copy this sign, stick it over here as a backup. Actually, which way am I facing? I've turned around because I had to physically turn to it to access something, which you can't do on the flat version. So I need to kind of snap this. Oh, that's going to be odd if it's done from there. So it's got to be along there, but rotated. No, that didn't rotate. Can I use that rotate? Here we go. If we ever turn on lumen, this will also give us lights. Light will actually be visible. Okay. Yeah, I think the angle down is good. I could put a light along the bottom here, actually. That would kind of be under the floor, but you'd still see it through the glass. So, rotate it up. Like that. I've just realized that this won't be here. This will be further back because it will be a glass edge there like that. So that's actually not worth putting there. That's fine. I only that's right. I put it there to be able to put the wall there, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So then at the back here, yes, I will clean up afterwards. Now the magic of a sorting system is lots and lots of smart splitters. So we need to rotate that. This is where spacing and size is a little important, because if that's there and we need to upgrade the belt speed later on, because we're only on Mark III belts. We'll need to make two versions as well. One that's going that way and sorting, and one that's going the other way. So because all the stuff will sort of feed in from this side, theoretically, we could feed it from in front of the sides, I guess. Okay, so if we have a Mark III belt in there, not there. Let's see how hard it is to replace it. Let's say we want a Mark I instead. Come along. Come on, I had it there briefly. Come from underneath. There is a magic spot. But it's really fiddly. But if we make it out this big, it will be trivial. Trivial to then replace that. So if we could come along with a Mark IV, we can come along here and go, hey, it's a Mark IV. And then it's a Mark V. And then it's a Mark VI, potentially. So it's easily able to be edited in the future. Okay, so that's the core of it. Kind of don't want this sticking out down the bottom though. I think I might not need this a meter higher. So I'm kind of thinking of having this beam all the way along the bottom here. I mean, it'll let me build it, which it shouldn't because it's outside the blueprint maker. We will do that properly in a minute. But I think having that and then having some steel under here with maybe this being free floating. Again, I don't know what I want, if I want a back wall or what, not yet. Probably should. Probably should have a back wall. Okay, so let's save that. Should keep moving my feet. Okay, now if I clear it, hope I actually hit save then. I've done that before. I've hit save and it hasn't actually saved. Did I learn from my mistake? Yay! That looks correct. Complete with all the fittings and stuff. So that is centered and the front is facing the front of the blueprint maker, which is useful for alignment. We're just going to raise it up a meter and build it. Oh, it's going to have legs. That's kind of odd. That's okay. I can actually rebuild just that bit without changing the rest. So I'm actually going to have small metal pillar. I mean, I could have it sticking out, but I think just there is fine, just so it's a small lip. And this 5-degree one, I overlap it there. You know what? The metals should hide itself when it overlaps for 5 degrees. I don't need to bring that down. This will automatically overlap. That went through that concrete despite that being a foundation that it was sitting on. This is where we need to get it the right way around. Flush with the front, lined up at the back. Good old Mark III's in the back, because that's all we've unlocked so far. I don't know if I normally make storage systems this early in the game. Pretty sure I usually have Mark IVs unlocked by the time I start thinking about this stuff. Can you use grip metal? I will stick to the 1 meter because I kind of like this sitting out the bottom of it. Okay, finish it off. I will put this along the back as well. And wall on the outside. I'm tempted to make it glass so you can kind of see things whirring around inside it. It can be an industrial glass, but I mean, it's easy to change later on without having to replace the blueprints, because replacing walls is easy. Thank you for letting me know that. There is the Satisfactory Pass It On event currently. That's probably what they're doing. Walls. I'm looking for walls. Not walls. Windows. Okay, they have their own section. Gee, okay. Let's go with the honeycomb because hexagon is bestagon. Might not build all of these tonight. I think I'll just build enough to get an idea of how it's all coming together, and then because I don't have anything to fill them with yet, this is more just an initial let's get the elevator in place with a general idea of what we're doing with everything around it. Okay, I should save this blueprint. That would probably be good, wouldn't it? Cool, we're building a futuristic barn. We are building a futuristic barn. We're going to be storing all the stuff in here, and then later on we're going to be making a versatile project parts building factory where we can route different parts to these. This is storage. Nope, clear. Storage. And this, I'm going to call warehouse. Actually, let's go mall. Mall is what we used to call them before we had the dimensional depots, because you used to come to the mall and you'd pick what you want and then you put it in your trolley. Well, you'd put it in your trolley, you just grab it. So I'm old school. I still like to build them all, but I do have plans to later on use it as a source for parts for project factories. Whether I actually do that later game or not, we'll find out. But so this is under logistics storage. Save. Now before we delete it, let's actually try and put a few of these in place. You know what we can... Ooh, might be better to build it on this and nudge it into place. That way we can get rid of... Ooh, we don't want to get rid of the 5-degree ones because we might want those... Oh, we will need to fill in the gaps. We will need to fill in the gaps. Justice Guide, Zaphod, how's it going? Good to see you again. So we actually want to build it on the glass, lined up with the glass. Nudge it down to there. I think that's correct. So you build this just for easy access to stuff for inventory and not temporary factories. I have lots of little factories around the place. Well, it's just a little game, but the idea is that each factory has its own little storage, but it also puts things in the dimensional depot. But the idea here is this is a one-stop shop if you want to come and grab parts. So if you want to stock up on building parts without being overburdened, you can come here. But the other idea is that late game, I have room under here that I can run logistics. So if I have like motors and stators and turbo motors, I can run conveyor belts of those out and send them off to nearby satellite factories that are nearby to make project parts. So it'll kind of be all the parts will be delivered here by train and truck, probably mostly train, maybe drone later on. And then those parts can be used nearby for making project parts, which will then come back and feed into the space elevator. It's also just an excuse to build a cool circular building in a nice location, which doesn't really have many nodes around it. Spitter still hasn't spotted me. Okay. So the general concept this works, and I like the glow below, I think. Just wondering if these should have gone up to that high. I think I do prefer them going that high. There's a gap here because this is the 5-degree middle bit. So how are we going to fill that? We have a 5-degree pillar here, so we could actually... Oops, not there. So I'm still very early game. I'm doing phase 2 currently. So I've finished loading in smart plates and the automated wiring. The versatile frames, I've got a completely separate factory that has made all of those. They're ready to go. All I need to do is load them up into a truck and deliver them. But before finishing phase 2, I wanted to move the elevator because the elevator used to be over in the green fields where my starter factory was. So I wanted to have something a little more end game and fancy before so that's using the 5-degree pillar to build an extra roof in the middle, and that actually doesn't look too bad. And because it's offset, there's actually no Z buffering. Poison plants. Let me just take care of them. Too high. Oh, I got it. I'll settle for that. That's probably the only one that's going to really cause me grief here. Cool. There's a big void somewhere in the map. Yes, yes, I do know lots of people who like sinking the elevator into the void. There is a... actually, Hibiki Ryugo is on the chat. I know he's doing a similar thing where he's got the void as a place that he's putting his elevator. But this, I'm on the side of the map that not many people build by default. So this is the green fields here, which is the newbie starting area. So normally you start here, you build coal here because there's some awesome coal deposits and water, and it's such a lovely place for a coal supply. Then you come up here to oil, and up the top here you have like the rocky desert here and the northern forest and the pretty place and the desert. I've gone the other way, so I've actually got my home here near a little lake, and it's kind of on the edge of the blue crater. Okay, and so this is the blue crater here, which people often build turbo fuel in here, but I've actually got coal generators and a steel factory here. And then this bit here, which I think is called, I said it earlier in the stream, Abyss Chasm or Abyss Cliffs. I think it's Abyss Cliffs or something like this. There's this tiny slice here, which is quite pretty and quite dangerous. And that's where I've actually built my, in here I built my versatile frames factory. And then up here is the good old swamp, which I've never built in before. So this playthrough I'm actually trying to build in places that I've never built before. So this is a little lake here. And if you look up there, you can see the pink forest is my neighbor along the cliff top here, but we're in this beautiful forested area around here. One time I thought I had an original idea. Yes, I know, I've done that before. Like this starting point that I built, that I said, it was funny. This starting point here, I was like, I'm going to start there because nobody's ever thought about starting there before. And this was just as 1.0 was coming out. And because they changed a bunch of nodes, suddenly Total Eclipse was definitely one, but I think there were some other mainstreamers that were like, this is the new best starting spot because it's got all these nodes around it. And it's like, damn it, that was my original idea. You avoid it like the plague. Yeah, building, because this is void here. And that was quite nail-biting to build along the edges of that void there, especially in VR, because you just look down and even though you know it's all just fake, it still gives you a bit of vertigo. So yes, I'm afraid there are so many players playing this game that original ideas, especially because this is the big void in the map here, and lots of people use this for a nuclear dump, so they will fill the bottom with with storage containers, and if they can't be bothered recycling their nuclear waste, they'll chuck it in the bottom down there. That's a popular pastime, but I have seen other people with sort of factories built across the abyss or down in it. So yes, it is a big, beautiful map, but there are only a finite amount of building spots, and somebody somewhere has already built there. Did I miss chat? Let me just check. My chat dashboard is being slow to catch up. But have a lot of jetpack fuel if you build over the abyss. I have a parachute. I don't have a jetpack yet. But what you can do is, if you go to the abyss, you can very carefully build a ramp down to the bottom, and then you can pave the bottom over in concrete, so that if you do fall down the abyss, you've actually got a barrier before you disappear into nothingness. Keep inventory, yeah, that could work. The thing is, when you die by falling off the edge of the world, your last time your feet is on the ground is where your container of stuff should appear. I say should. And it happened to me once where I fell off the side of the world, Unfortunately, I bounced several times on the cliffs on the way down, which means that by the time I hit... Oh, there's a... We're coming into night. I see spiders over there. By the time I died, my cliff, my corpse was halfway down the cliff. Oh, look, that'll fit nicely. Okay, we use the big pillars in the back here. Very nice. I can build that into the blueprint. Because all I did was nudge it off the 5-degree pillar. So let's see if I can replicate that here. So this was off that. That doesn't look right. I mean, it looks lined up. Had a death crate be unreachable inside a cliff. Ooh, in early access, so maybe it's better now. Mine was around update 5 that I had my altercation with the cliff. Wondering if that should go up a meter more. Yeah, I didn't keep it here. I mean, I could do another run of the big beams around the top, but I'd probably still want that all the way up there. Something like that. I probably want a beam across the middle as well, but smaller. Don't log off inside a vehicle. Since I logged back in to find myself falling through the floor, but the Explorer and Death Crate, it's still stuck at 000. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, saving regularly, especially ahead of dangerous things, is always a good idea. There is a tool online, the Satisfactory calculator, where the interactive map is. Where you can edit your save game. You can actually upload a copy of your save game, and that will allow you to move a crate to a different location.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
So that can be a handy way of recovering stuff if your save is a bit stuffed. Azuren, did you tell me that dinner was nearly ready? Less than 5 minutes. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delay that Twitch ad break because I've got a dinner break coming up soon. So let's just snooze. And with a bit of luck, I'll remember to snooze it again in another 5 minutes. Okay. And I said I'd put another beam across the middle. I will just put a painted beam along here. Not at that angle though, please. Okay, let's get that and make it blackish. I think these are sticking out more than I had them over there. Was that sticking out that side, that way? Oh no, I did have them sticking out a lot. Okay. And what I can do is these big fat ones, I can run all the way down into the water so they can effectively be the supports of the whole platform. Okay, now I'm still trying to get this roof in the right place. Well, that looks pretty correct. Okay. Don't need to make that lower. Let's just check. Actually, let's save our progress. Now, how does it look underneath? We've got our glowing light coming up. That kind of is flush. That meets fairly tidily. Yeah, I think that's going to work okay. Just remembered that I will probably want some flooring in here. So let's go with a half width version of that. I'll snap to the bottom there. Cool. So that'll be buried in the pillars, so we won't actually see that at all. That way we've covered our 5-degree pillar gap with a neat cap on the back. Back with the windows looks pretty neat. Maybe I put just a touch of this on the back.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
I was too
Please
slow
seek
triggering
shelter.
again. Let me sleep it again. It's because I have Ada's voice alert happening at the full 5 minutes. So I don't get a chance to hit the snooze before it pops up again. Okay, snoozing it again because I will be taking a dinner break in a little bit. So that's that. There's no lighting on the inside. Thing is, I'm trying to get this like as close as final as I can, because once these containers are full of stuff, I won't want to rebuild these. Oh, come on. Nope. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? That's going to be inside the pillar. That needs to be on the inside window. Needs to be attached to here. Cool. Anything else we need to add to the front? I mean, I could put one of these up through there. What the heck is that lined up with? Okay, because it's rotated, that's not going to fit nicely with the light there. That'll do. I think that will do. And again, I'm not going to build all 36 of these tonight. So we will build a few as a concept, but I do have... We will be able to come back and fiddle with them more later on. So theoretically, we don't need these 5-degree ones either.
We've almost finished there, Ben.
Okie dokie. And the old bug of blueprints vanishing from the category, which has been there since, I think, possibly since blueprints have existed. That's not actually lining up. That needs to be a meter forward. Oops. I mean, I guess I can build them all, because as long as I don't program them before I tear them down, it doesn't really matter as much, does it? Okay, so let's actually check this from the other side. Okay, so we've got simple concrete poles, and we've got a bit of a light feature around the center. Metal above and below. The roof line looks clean. I think we're on a winner. So we actually don't need any of this because it's all built into the blueprint. Okay, when the ad break pops next, I'm going to let it run and I'm going to go and have my dinner. So I'll be about 10-15 minutes. I will probably run another ad break just before I return. That way we get less interruptions for the rest of the stream. But now that we've got the blueprint, you can see it's really pretty easy.
Incoming propaganda
There it
broadcast
is.
detected.
Okay.
Please seek shelter.
I mean, that's a 5-minute warning, so I do have a couple of minutes before the ads actually start. Here we go. Just wondering if I need little lights down the bottom, but that's okay. The light below plus the reflection is interesting. As I said, later on we will have logistics in that coming out of the bottom ones and like having stuff run everywhere. Okay, so I'm going to pause here and have some dinner. When we're back, I think we will finalize the position of the elevator because I need to move these circle reference points out to get the legs all the way down. And then we'll look at running pathways in and out of here to actually deliver project parts and other supplies to be sorted and sent off to the elevator. And if we get time, we'll drive a truckload of versatile frames over here and we will finish phase 2. So thank you very much for watching so far. Please stand by. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Don't mind me, just enjoying a nice cup of Fix-It coffee. Actually, what I'm drinking is Bundaberg Spiced Ginger Beer. Yes, because it's that time of the year again where Bundaberg, who makes very excellent Aussie ginger beer, makes a variation that is spiced for Christmas. So we have been getting a little bit each month and flavouring that lovely flavour. Seasonal flavour. It's a bit of a treat that we have each year. If you're in Australia and you're a little past a little bit of ginger beer, I highly recommend Bundaberg Spiced Ginger Beer. It is delicious. And I had some with my dinner. Right, hello. Let me put that cup away. Hello. I did notice though that the action menu there as you're drinking is a little annoying. Maybe I can do some tweaking there. Still a bit of work, maybe. Okay, so hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Hopefully. We are in the, I can't remember, Eastern Forest, I think it's called. Let's have a look at the map. This bit. So for reference, the Grassy Fields is down here. This is like the default starting zone. Blue Crater is over here. Swamp is up here. We're in the nice foresty bit in the middle here. And we're building a sort of a hub, a warehouse, a mall around the space elevator. We're finding a proper home. Yep, thanks Rice, thanks for confirming. We're making a new home for the space elevator, along with some storage. So this will be sort of our central point for space elevator related resources. So we have come up with a bit of a blueprint for storage. And we put in a bit of an angle so that when we line them up around at 10-degree increments, the blueprint already also fills in sort of the 5-degree bits in between. That should make it easy and smooth. And so from the outside over here, it also looks reasonable, looks pretty good. And later on I will go through and I will zoop these all down into the water so they can act as our support for our space elevator home. That'll be much easier to do later on when we have a hover pack. Okay, so I do quite like having the elevator elevated like this. And the way you can do this is if you build it raised. We built it about on top of 6 meters worth here, and the legs still reach to the ground. This will allow us to walk underneath it. So we might remove it later on, but I'm going to go with this for now. But at the moment, the legs aren't all even because we had some this scaffolding in place here, which is our reference circle for how we did the circle. So this is sort of a blueprint I made where you have beams every 5 degrees. And so using this, it is very easy to get a slab, lock it onto a beam, and then, hang on, let me go to zoop mode. Copy, zoop, snap, lock, zoop. And you basically do that all around in your 5-degree increments and you end up with a nice big circle like this. So that's how we made the circle. But I don't think we're going to need that reference anymore, so we're going to delete that. And basically, I think if we continue this glass pattern all the way around, this will basically keep the 5-degree reference points. So if we ever need to zoom in or out to get that reference point again, we've still got something that we can do it against. So this is theoretically the last time we build the elevator in this playthrough. Mort 60, I love the reference circle. It was my first blueprint I made, named it Sunflower because of the default orange yellow. Good idea, good idea. I used to make them out of foundations, but it's just recently I've made this one out of the beams, and I'm finding it really good because it gives you a snapping point that's further spread out than using foundations, and it's a lot easier to snap onto a particular one. Okay, so now we should have, takes a while to dismantle this. Should have a nice flat area around with nothing getting in the way of any legs that extend. Is that the only foundation I need? No, I did actually, oh that's right, there was another foundation here, but I deleted it to make sure that the elevator was exactly center, and it was, but I do need that point there to snap it onto. So once you've got it, the first thing you do is you get it the right way around. So rotate it. In this case, wow, that's there. I want that at the front. So if you aim right at the very corner of the elevated position there, and then you nudge it forwards 4 meters, it will actually be in the very center of that reference slab. And you can see I built a staircase there as a reference point there. And looking at the alignment there, it's the same alignment as was there before. So that is exactly in the center of this circle. Nice detail. The legs don't hold the elevator up, they actually anchor it down. And the model shows that. Yes. Bonk. And that's the thing, I might build some more foundations under here. Hang on. We've got to watch this. Best animation in the game. Best way to get a sore neck or walk off the back of a cliff. Here it comes. So cool in VR. Very cool. And I didn't fall over backwards, which is a bonus. So many tiny details, yeah. So many tiny details in something so huge. So I'm not going to spend all tonight detailing this. I think I'll come back to this and kind of fiddle with it over the weeks. I do want to kind of tidy this up a little bit though. And just make the platform a little bigger so it's not just straight up to the top and there you are. Hang on, wrong button. This is the one I want. Unfortunately, you can't snap directly onto the platform there. So you have to snap on there and then build from there. So let's grab some corner bits. Sorry, sample. T-junctions. T-junctions never default snap to the right way you want. It's amazing. It's like they specifically coded it to annoy you. I am actually tempted to build under that. Just put one under there, so that is complete. So we have a nice big platform there. So versatile frameworks, we have those in a factory ready to go. We just need to deliver a whole bunch of them by truck. But I wanted to have the elevator in a nice semi-final location. Like, I'm not going to move it anywhere else, but I might move it a little bit within this design. So here's the center here. So if I do a beam, where's the beams? There's the beams. If I do a beam from the center straight up, right in the middle, it's exactly center. So I might do some extra concrete pillars around here just to give it a bit more, oops, a bit more support, but I'm not going to do too much with it tonight because I want to actually get my project parts here. I mean, these legs are pretty good. I'm not sure if I want to put more decorations in and around them or not. I'll have to think about that. Okay, I do want to at least finish off the glass around the edge. And I might build all these all the way around the edge, even though they're not in use, just because then at least it gives it a finished building look. And then if I change the blueprint later, I can always tear them down. And I'm going to leave the blueprint maker there just in case I change my mind. I think there's a missing 5-degree. This is the problem with trying to snap on these. Okay, blueprint maker's got to go because I can definitely snap it on the other side. Let's set directory again. Let's see if we can actually get it to save in the right place. I want it to save here where this no plus button is. Not going to do it, is it? Oh well. Right. That's pretty much the spacing. Yep, looks like it. Which is cool because this radius here is where the 10-meter radiuses align, which is where these are. The outside, we could go out a bit further if we wanted with 5 meters. Actually, we'd go out quite a bit further before they overlap. So we could make a much bigger circle with the 5-degree increments. But it worked out quite well over there with just having pillars as the filler. Pillars as the filler. Oops. This staircase is going to be clipping in a bit to our glass. And wouldn't you know it, we picked the 5 degree that isn't actually centered. That's okay. It's okay. So if we put that there and we move it up to there and then nudge it 2 that way, it will overlap. You can kind of see the double railing in the middle there, but it's still pretty smooth. Actually gives a smoother rail than if it was just a single one. And then it ends on the right point. And you can come up here to your platform. Could actually move this all 1 meter further because we built under the platform here. And if we built it a meter further, these squares would actually more line up with that, I think. But again, not a detail we need to do tonight. You know, we actually can delete, we'll need to delete the entire outer ring as well, because the storage blueprint replaces it. But we kind of need it to position where these glass bits are going first. Almost there. Okay, that's the glass rim done. I'm going to pause and have a swig of my spiced ginger beer, which is delicious. I'm looking through the nose hole of my VR headset to see where my drinks coaster is. Okay, so now we continue building these around the outside. And we'll see how well our dimensional depot holds up with us whacking down blueprints quickly. I have to nudge it down 5. So line up that part there with that edge. Bring it forward 1 because this bottom metal pit sticks out by 1, and then down 5. Will the depot run out of resources? Which resource is going to run out of first? Normally it's something like motors or frames, but this is a fairly simple blueprint. So I don't think there's anything particularly expensive in it. I'm surprised there isn't more Z fighting. Yes, it's pretty good the way I've done it. I mean, part of it is luck, and part of it I think is this glass finish here. It seems to be pretty resilient to Z fighting. And most of these are slightly overlapped. So this part, the front wall here, is 5 degrees off from that, and these are sort of 10 degrees off from each other, so they overlap without Z fighting. And the roof as well, it's slightly tilted each by 5 degrees. So yeah, these ones here, not too bad. There's a little bit, sometimes I see a bit of fighting along the edges here, but it's not too bad. So looking at my costs, I'm glad I brought more concrete and more beams. Our silicon, maybe I'll run out of silicon. I've only got a little bit of windows in this, so it's not too bad. And I'm recuperating some of the concrete when I delete all these, because these took a ton of concrete. I also need to go and connect conveyor belts between all the smart splitters in the back, but there's no point doing that until I actually have some product coming in here. And by then I'll probably have Mark IV belts. So this storage is kind of future-proofing it for future phases. But I can certainly hook up a truck, or maybe trains soon. Maybe we'll actually get to trains and start ferrying in some of the goods we're already making. Because every factory so far has a sink that is sinking all the excess. So instead of sinking the excess, we have it. Yes. So basically, I usually have a couple of delivery points rather than having everything come in to one set of belts. So I'll usually like split it into quarters and then have different products come into different quarters. That way the sushi belt capacity can kind of keep up. It's not going to be a huge amount of throughput coming in here. It's not a major warehouse or anything like that. It's mostly for building materials, and later on it'll be for project parts, which, you know, if I have a container full of turbo motors, then the throughput of turbo motors is not going to flood a sushi belt. It's things like wire, rubber, plastic. Those are the ones you need to be careful of, because the throughput of those can get very high. But as long as they're not sharing a same sushi belt with a whole pile of other high throughput things, you can usually keep the throughput. And actually, the last time I did one of these, there were no Mark VI belts in the game. Mark V was the fastest. So with Mark VI belts, there's extra capacity there. So I look forward to giving them a go here. But yeah, it's probably only a few things that will be high delivery here. And like most of the time, like plastic and rubber will be delivered directly to factories that need them. This is only for, you know, hand serving and for some project parts later on. But things like plastic and rubber, they'll go somewhere else, get turned into turbo motors or something, and then the turbo motors would come here. So not much plastic and rubber would come to here. And I've run out of materials. And the winner is quartz. What uses quartz? The smart splitters? No, they use the AI limiters. Must be the signs. Okay, the signs are using quartz, so that's what's used up in my depot here. So still got plenty of concrete because I hand grabbed some of those. Running low on beams, pretty low on plates. Silicon's actually doing fine. I don't have too many windows. So I need to go get some more quartz and maybe some more iron plates and beams. What's your depot speed? Guessing you have depots at the main factories. So my depot speed is not huge at the moment. So I'm not going to wait around. Because as I said, this is phase 2. This will be handing in phase 2, so I'm still very early game here. So I've more gone for capacity rather than speed at the moment. And these are only like 25% increase, 12.5% increase. So these are diminishing returns and very expensive because I have early game, so I'm not made of immersive spheres at the moment. So I've got 3 stacks in the depot, but it's pretty slow loading at the moment. And that's why having a mall is handy, because you can come here and it's like, well, I'm going to need, you know, several thousand concrete, so I'm going to go grab those from the mall. So quartz, I don't. Do I have a... I think I have a small container of quartz. I mean, maybe by the time I go and get them, the depot will have enough in it. We've only got a few more left to build, but let's go and do it just as a change of scenery. Missed. Well, I'm not too far from home base and my basics factory. That's my basics factory right there, so we've got iron plates there. Just hope those sulfur hogs don't notice me there. So this is where most of the early game basic products are made. And over here we have a similar kind of storage arrangement, but just for the products from this factory. So we need some sheets. What else did we need? Hang on, if I go... Let's actually go to the build menu. Oh, no, I wanted a plus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's say 8, just as an estimate. So it's really steel beams and quartz crystal we need, which are not at this factory. There is quartz, there is a caterium near here, so we are making quick wire and AI limiters here, but not quartz or steel. So this is why having all of this shipped to a single place would be useful. Rather than having to run around to 3 different factories, I could have grabbed it all from one factory, the one central hub. Do I need more concrete? See, that's my only concrete. Well, I have a concrete right back at the starter base, but that's my main concrete there. It's still pretty small. But this is my steel factory here. So similar sort of setup, all the steel products come through here. You can self-service. Yep, that should be tons. I don't think I need any other steel. Actually, the pipes, I'm not using pipes. And there's basically there's a dimensional depot underneath each of these. So each of these is feeding into the supply depot here, and then underneath here is a dimensional depot that's feeding into the demo. Making a dedicated factory setup for the elevator? What do you mean? I'm going to make like satellite factories around the elevator for project parts. So that's one of the reasons I'm doing it. Is I don't know if I want to make a mega factory for every single project part. But if I've got all the earlier parts all feeding into the one place, then I can have conveyors or something taking out all the parts to have sort of mini factories for all the project parts there. That's the plan. Yeah, I need to go back to this one. Part of me is just old school and likes building malls. Ah, missed. Now, quartz, I have, like, my crappy concrete factory, my quartz isn't much better than that, so it's kind of in the forest over this way. And it was just basically done as a very basic feed-in quartz, so when I'm... Oh, didn't grab onto the right one. Oh, okay, I guess we're walking from here. It's just down here anyway, somewhere. Just a very small quartz and silica factory just to get me enough for building parts. It should be tons of quartz, I think. Let's look at our shopping list. Quartz, where's quartz? Silica, tons of silica. Yep, that's plenty. More or less what I meant, yes, but personally intend to reserve dedicated nodes to the elevator, so not to disturb my building supplies. Okay. Yeah, the idea is that parts will be made in bulk in other factories and go into the elevator. My first playthrough, I had basically a megabus under my storage, and I would reconfigure the megabus to change it to build different project parts as needed. Oh, I missed. And that saved me having to build separate factories for each project part. Hey doggos. George has been hunting spitters. What are you looking at, guys? Scratch has been hunting hogs. Snowy's got some quick fire. Any slugs, guys? No, no slugs this time. Thanks, Timmy. But then you need the project parts to build the next phase parts. Yes, and this is more like I will build a massive factory to make automated wiring because I know I'm going to need that much of it. But some of the other project parts you can just feed with bits and pieces out of your storage and have plenty. It depends. I'll see when I get to late game if I want to build a factory for every single thing. But things like nuclear pasta, if you're already making the step before it frames for something else and you've got a container full of those frames, then you just add a buttload of copper and you've got nuclear pasta. He's back! My nuclear nemesis is back. But I might build a hypertube station here as well, because I used to love making complicated hypertube networks, which still have videos on my YouTube channel about how I made them. Yeah, I probably don't need those stairs anymore. So I might actually, I don't know if I'm going to keep the full 36 of these. But I could build like a floor above this with having a hypertube network and a floor above and have other things there. Like maybe a research station and some administrative stuff and things like that. This is just the base part of the concept. Yes, the old school hypertube diverts. Yeah, my system still has its uses because I was using priority power switches you could basically program your entire route ahead of time and then just go AFK, and the priority power switch would switch which way you would go through the junction. Which, with the new splits, you have to be paying attention. So there is still a use case for the old style ones I used to build. I'll probably do a mix if I do anything, a mix of the old style and the new style. Okay, so here we have 36 storage containers. I don't know if I'll use all of them, but they are there if they are needed. Why does that not... Is it out and I'm going to have to rebuild every single one of them? Why is that not overlapping, but that one is? Oh. Maybe my method of nudging them into place was not exact. Look at that! What? Maybe it's just that one that's wrong. Come on, nudge just 90 degrees. Thank you. That's not better. That's okay. That's not. See, the other ones I was putting on top here, so it's aligned with the bottom here, and then I would nudge it back to the right place and then nudge it down. But the other ones I was snapping to the edge, which might snap to this slightly angled pillar, which would not be exactly a meter. For cross-map routes, I guess the old style would be useful, but for short stuff, the new splitters will be more used. As long as it's not too short, because if it's too short, you won't have time to tell it to exit. It's like one use case for them was going floor to floor in a high-rise. You could use hypertubes to go floor to floor, but if you were using the new junctions, then there's not enough time between floors to tell it to get off at the right floor. Okay. There might be a slight alignment problem, but I'm going to ignore it tonight because you really don't want to watch me tear them all down and rebuild them. So we're going to move on. The next step we need to do is to actually have inputs to bring the project parts and deliver them here. So we need lifts from here, going to a logistics floor underneath. So first we need to... Actually, what I can do... So the elevator is aligned to these squares here. Although, The elevator used to have terrible alignment. It didn't actually align properly with anything. So let's see if that's still the case. No, it doesn't look too bad. That ticked. That's aligned. Okay, so they have actually fixed that. That's good. So we can use this, and I'm going to nudge it a little closer, and if I nudge it down by 1, it will fit through the floor. I'm kind of assuming all the rest line up as well. Probably should test. Yep, that snapped into place. And that snapped into place. All 3 have correctly, logistically snapped into place. Excellent. And now we get to make some spaghetti below the floor. Probably need like an access hatch. I don't know if this is permanent, but it'll just let me get down here for now. Oh, fell in the water. Again, we need something lined up with this. But we need to leave enough room for some smart splitters. No lifts on the other 3 ports. I might later, but it's not until much later that you need more than 3 anyway. I probably should put 3 in for cosmetic reasons, even if I don't use them. But this is the thing, the space elevator actually lined up with the holes this time and they snapped into place, so it looks like they might have fixed the alignment. Right angle straight mode for belt causes the ever so slightly deviative after a long belt. Yeah. Sometimes the original belt setting is still the best and most versatile. The straight mode is a bit buggy. So what I'll do is, because they're project parts, they are never going to come in fast. So they can come in on a sushi belt, and we'll use smart splitters to split them off. Somewhere we need to put an awesome sink, and I always forget about awesome sinks. They're always huge. These are a bit squeezy. Yeah, that's not going to work. Still a mini awesome sink mod. I'm avoiding mods. Yes, I know there are mods. I'm trying to play. Other than the VR mod, I'm playing vanilla. I haven't actually finished the game since 1.0 came out, so I have not saved the puppies and kittens. So for this playthrough, this is my first full playthrough in VR, and it's also my first full playthrough since 1.0 came out. So I'm not going to use any gameplay changing mods. I like to treat this as a tutorial to be able to tell tips and tricks to people to help them out. You know what? I am going to ignore the middle one. Because as you pointed out, we have 6 entry points, and the most project parts you ever have is 4. So if I just have those on this side, and then I do 2 on the other side, then we can configure them for any 4 project parts. That solves that problem. Okay, so that edge lines up as well, so if I nudge them in a meter, it'll be more of a snug fit. Oh, no, not there. I mean, I could raise them up. That might actually look kind of cool. Okay. Did you say sushi belt? Can't you just split them with one smart splitter? For the 3? Yeah, but the angles for it are not pretty. And the other problem with that is you need an overflow for the output because you do not want to clog your sushi belt with an excess of project parts. Like when we drop off the versatile frames, I am not counting exactly 1,000 frames. So there will be an overflow, and that overflow will need to sync somewhere. So by doing it this way, we can have up to 4. I really should have thought about putting an awesome sink somewhere. They feed them in here and it'll go through all 4, and then the output here needs to come to a sink. So you see they're huge. Which means we can't stick the sinks under. I could stick them behind here. Sort of have a back platform. Because eventually if we are having stuff flooding in here and it is flooding into different sections, we're probably going to need more than one sink. So that's the front. So this line here that comes out here, this is the straight back. So I reckon we just put some sinks back here. I could sink it into the water, but again, I'm trying to make a somewhat realistic factory, and I don't think putting awesome sinks in the water is necessarily too good a thing. Yes, I definitely could just chuck them underwater. Again, I'm building these off things that weren't necessarily attached in the right place. So the alignment here is probably going to be a bit screwy. And I can't get out. Okay. I'm actually going to get a little fussy about this. I'm going to delete these storage units and properly expand out the back. Because they're blueprints, they're easy to rebuild. So this is the center point here. Too low. Actually, yeah, I will move. Is that center? This pole is center. Ah. This is not the right one. I knew that was going to bite me on the butt. Basically, these are not actually lined up with the center. The center point is here, but these are actually either side. So the run that runs lined up with the center is actually here. Oh, wrong way. And that should have gone a meter lower as well. Okay, so this will be the back of there. Awesome sinks are big buggers. So I'm just going to whack one here just to be functional, and we can always move it later or lower it down. Doesn't matter. So this is a 3x3 that is lined up with the center of the rest of the factory, or the rest of the warehouse. At the moment I need functional, and I can make it pretty later on. I haven't run power out here yet, so I'll need to connect that up as well when I deviate from the holy world grid. You should see the nasty stuff that happens when you are not 5 degrees aligned. So you know how you can normally rotate, you know, platforms like this. Grip that 5 degrees. If you do a 2.5 degree rotation, buildings do not sit correctly on them, and you cannot align manholes to them. Because I have a big circle over at the crater, and the edges of that circle were 2.5 degrees behind it. I made the mistake of trying to build factories on the 2.5 degrees, and it failed. I could not line the holes up, and it took me ages to figure out what was going on. Which is the front? I can't tell if that's the front or not. Yes, it is. Okay, so it's kind of peeking out the back there. That's fine. There is some interesting clipping boxes here that are possibly caused by the elevator. How are you clicking through screens on the storage modules? What do you mean clicking through screens? Oh, on these, you can access it. So it's all in the positioning of the sign. It used to be that the sign would actually sit at just the right point and you didn't have to do anything fancy to get it. But they made some changes to sign snapping or something, so you actually need to clip it a half nudge back into the unit. So if I delete this front panel here, you can kind of see it's pushed back half a meter into it. If you push it a full nudge back, the sign sort of disappears behind the black. So that's why you kind of need to do half. And am I going to have anything to snap this onto? Yes. The thing is, you need to take these off to be able to edit the sign, because you have to click down the bottom there. Gee, I might have to delete the beams as well. That's a problem for later when I need to change the signs. Okay. I am thinking I will lower this by 2 meters, because there will be other logistics coming out of these that may want this space to crisscross, but that doesn't matter tonight. Yeah, it used to be much easier to do, but it works quite well, and it means you can put a custom label in there to know what the container is without it looking like a container. Oops. We'll ignore that clipping for now. I don't know if that's level. Okay, so 4 meters there is actually what's lined up with. No, it's not level. Come on, jump, jump. Oh, come on. It's only 4 meters. It's a low G planet. 4 meters should be easy. Ah, cancelled too soon. Okay, it's that down a meter, isn't it? No, it's actually that. Might be spaghetti down here, but I'm going to make it neat spaghetti. More of a fettuccine. Okay. So this is phase 1. We want the middle to be overflow. And the left output will be our project parts. So really all we need to do is stick in versatile frames because that's all that's left. But if we were feeding the other parts in here, then we would make this one smart plating and the other one like the automated wiring. But at the moment we'll just overflow it and it can all go into the sink. We have dedicated belt rooms. I like them out of the way, but I like seeing them, which is why the glass floor is here. But I tend to always make my belt floors neat, even if you don't see them. I tend to put little access hatchways so that you can get to them, even if they're out of the way most of the time. Okay, we have a sink. It has no power. Probably run power across here is probably a good idea. This station here is temporary, but I will just run a line off it now. For now. Maybe I should have put that in the blueprint. Although having a power point on the bottom of the blueprint really would have stopped up the height. I mean, this is overkill. Or unless I might actually put real lighting in here later on. So in which case power then might be useful. Oh, you know what? I'm also going to put these all the way down to the ground, so there's not a lot of point putting them every single one. And I probably should do them on the inside. Damn it. Well, at least I figured out what I wanted to do when I was only a quarter of the way through and not all done. I think we'll put in the temporary element, absolutely. So what I'll do is I'll connect that to there and then bring that through here. And then that can go like every 3. This will be useful later when I get a hover pack, because it means I can fly around the perimeter at least without falling in the water all the time. Hover pack's still a long way away. I don't even have the jetpack yet. Anyone remember which side of the awesome sink the power connector is on? On this side. Okay, so you know what, I'm just going to run it to, where's a bit that's lined up? 1 meter. It's kind of on that spot there, so halfway through the slab, on the edge of the slab. Hope that was right. Nope. Oh. Parachute's still best for exploring big mountains, just need that perfect slope and you launch upwards. It is. I'm not very good at it, but when it works, it's great. And a parachute does not run out of fuel, which is an added bonus. Nope. Ah, I missed. Not blueprint mode. Yeah, got it. Ha! Didn't line up. Oh well, tough. I think I skipped an extra one over there or something. They made it real great when they made not a one-time use. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I never used parachutes before when it was one-time use. Which was funny because I came back to the game and I had like a stack of 100 of them. And like I moved them to my inventory and they exploded individual stacks of one. It was funny. Okay, so we've got power to the sink. We should probably check to make sure it's working. It is. Hey, got another 9 coupons already. Now the question is, how am I going to bring the parts in to this area? I was going to say that's a nice ramp, but it doesn't actually go anywhere. That's a beach hollow with no actual entrance. This entrance here at least has a natural road. So this would be probably a logical place. There's still a little spider over there waiting for me, despite me killing the rest of his family earlier. Got him. Yeah, trucks or tractors, but the trucks and tractors I'm going to drive into the water. So I want the depots around there, and then we'll have conveyor belts of everything flooding in to the main central structure. This is not exactly the style I was going to go. I was going to go more brutalist, but I've ended up with this style, so I think I'll stick with it for now. Similarly, I was going to do a big, fancy, curved entryway, which I still could. I have no idea if my 5-degree curve is going to fit here. Left. Let's see if this blueprint is working today. That's working pretty good, actually. Rice Munch, only know one style, and that's chunky. I keep trying to do brutalist, and then I end up with windows and beams and pillars. Okay, that is almost perfect spacing to bring that in here. I mean, it could come out a little more because this is not 3 wide. If I bring this in by 3. It's not too bad, actually. But it does clip a bit there. So if I bring this whole thing out by a couple of meters, I think I can fit a 3 foundation 5-degree turn in here better. Pre-curved blueprints. Yeah, this is, and I was thinking of making like one that had like 3 bits of curved all together. And this is certainly how I've done. Early trains I didn't do it so much because we didn't have blueprint makers when I was first making trains. Prints. So what I need to do is come out this side another ½ meter. So let's just, sorry, ½ slab. Problem is if I do that, it's not going to line up here. So maybe I actually need to bring this forward 1 more and then do my 5 meter. That will bring it out a bit. Plus, we didn't have nudge for a long time. Like, I made extensive road networks and the hoops we had to jump through to get a basic curve on a road. And then they added like vertical nudge and it's like, whoa. That was actually in time with the music. I kind of have to trust that that's lined up on the outside. Come on, thank you. Now, problem with this entrance is we need the stuff to go under. But we need a ramp here, so whatever we bring in here has to ramp at least a little bit. Depends how fancy we want to get. Again, I'm tempted to not bother with a fancy truck stop and just go something temporary at the moment. Like, I'd like this bit to be kind of nearly permanent. But the actual truck stop, I might just plonk down a trunk stop because eventually it's probably going to be trains everywhere. You have to go through it. Well, we could angle it down or put some slopes in. I'm just trying to think what will fit and still look reasonable. Actually, what is the time? Ooh, okay. Change plan. Let's do this quick because it's nearly 11 p.m. here, and I do want to actually pull the lever tonight. So I'm going to do it quick and dirty tonight, and I will make it cleaner in the future. Because realistically, the next set of drop-offs, we're going to have... Actually, let's rotate it that way. When we're next here for the next project parts, it's going to be trains. It really is. My last single player playthrough, I had a no trains playthrough, and I miss trains.
Fix-It reminds you to drive vehicles accurately through a truck station's dock area while recording a path. This ensures it will connect properly once everything is automated. The truck station can be set to load or unload, and can also refuel vehicles. Unlike some pioneers, truck stations care about saving humanity.
Wow, Ada. That was like actually useful information before the insults started to flow. I'm not making a programmed route. I am solely going to drive it one way. Basically, this is a one-trip delivery, because after that, I won't need to use it again. Okay, so really we need a 2 meter there. Okay, so long term, this would actually be like 2 conveyor belts coming in, and so they would load balance through the double stream of sorting. So we could put that there just as this is what we're going to have in the future. That's... And good old curve mode. What did we do without it? Okay. So we need a bit of power though. We also need to hook it up under here, obviously. You know what, having one behind that pillar would be good. Ah, hit my head, hit my head. Phew. Power is over this side. Okay, truck station should now have power. Operational. And this one will be unload. I mean, we could use this for project parts in the future. Like the compressed item elevator is actually a thing and makes manifold manufacturers and assembles them. Yeah, the squishy lift. Yeah, you used to be able to do them, and then they almost took them out and said they were a bug, but luckily people cried enough because they are really useful. And I think they're perfectly fine. I can't see why you wouldn't support them. Okay. Again, long term, this will go into an auto sorting thing that will go through the other facilities. Although this could just be the project's delivery one. It doesn't necessarily need to do anything else. Probably having a station to deliver just project parts would actually be useful. No. Okay, again, it's the same 4 meter, so this is actually the same height as the other conveyor belt, which is actually kind of neat. Well, that's a point. That is not lined up with the sender. Let's start from this direction. Cool. So, drop them in the truck, they come through here, they cycle through here. This first one delivers versatile frameworks up into the project. The rest gets overflowed, which gets overflowed. All comes through here, overflow, overflow. And then that goes off to the awesome sink. Now, because I don't trust this, I'm going to remove this because I really don't want to deliver 1,000 frameworks and have them stuff up and all go in the sink. So I'm just going to disable the path of the sink for this delivery until we know it's all working properly. There are little invisible walls everywhere around this elevator. One thing. Oh, there's a separate palette for project assembly parts. Trying which button. That one. Huh. No. Because when I built it, it comes out orange, but my factory color is that. So I'm assuming it's using that palette because it should be that color. So it's a bit odd that it does the wrong color. Smart Slitter really benefit from the same speed belts and lifts as to not stuff up. Yes, they did. They have the same speed. They're all Mark III. And like we've got 2 Mark IIIs coming in here, but they're actually getting merged. So they will actually slow down to a single Mark III throughput. So we shouldn't get any overflow until the full 1,000 is delivered. But I'm do not, I'm not like, just want to be a little careful. Hang on, I'm just going to load up my Twitch dashboard, which apparently closed on me. Come on, load faster. Just want to see when the next ad break is, because I don't want to have it in the middle of a truck run. 20 minutes away. Ooh, it might. We'll see what happens. See, this is lined up with that slab, but it's not lined up with the front. That's fine. Sinking 1K frameworks, you get lots of tickets. Yeah. Well, the factory is already overflowing into an awesome sink. So I'll show you. It's actually already generating 20 versatile frames a minute. A minute? Yeah. And it's all going in the sink because the storage is full. Okay, so I have to drive up here. Okay, if I leave my HUD up, it will show where the docking station and the elevator is. That's probably the way to go. There's our friend, the nuclear hog. Trying to think. I think I'd have to drive up this way to even drive to where the factory is. This could be an adventure in and of itself. Actually, you know what? It's been a while. I'm going to pause and just have a swig of my Bundaberg spiced ginger beer. Seasonal goodness. I built the pillars as obstacles to hide behind while fighting the hog. Like, I have a bunker blueprint, so I thought I could chuck a bunker on him and then just shoot him. Wow, that's misty. But I had this big strategy to fight him set up. And I thought I'd put a few pillars down to fight him, just so I could just hide behind, because his charge is really painful, takes off most of your health. And I had my rebar gun with stun ammo in it, and I had a Nobelisk with nuclear Nobelisks in it, because my doggo's here. It's brought me 5 nuclear Nobelisks. So the idea was that I would stun him, nuke him, and then maybe heal myself. And it mostly went according to the plan. I successfully stunned him. I successfully stuck a nuke to him, and then I panicked and blew both of us up. So it was nuclear annihilation for both of us. So I reset my death counter. But I did kill him, but he's back, and I only have a finite amount of nukes, so I think I will just avoid him for now. Oh. Apparently I have a boot full of Sam. I'm actually not sure if that boot has enough to hold 1,000 of the versatile frames, because I think it's 3.5 inventory rows. I could put buildings there, and I will probably build a factory there eventually, because it's a nice big somewhat flat area. That's the first time I've fought him sort of on stream. I've sort of practiced fighting him a little bit before. But I normally just use the normal rebar. And I thought this time I'd try the old stun trick and something a bit stronger than a normal Nobelisk. And it worked. I just didn't realize the blast radius of the nukes is quite that large. Actually, I'm going to turn my HUD on. Yes, I can do it while driving. We're going over there where that factory card is, the factory with the frames. I'm not actually sure if this path goes through smoothly all the way. Luckily, I'm completely invulnerable standing on the back of this truck. This is looking okay so far. Oh, there's a drop pod with some nasty things there. I'll have to get that later. There are a lot of nasty sulfur and nuclear hogs in this area. Is that a ramp down? Oh, am I going to get back up here? Maybe. Yeah, there's a path. Easy. I'm sure this tractor will do it fine. So there's the factory over there. Now, there's not actually any road access to the factory because given its position. So I think I am going to have to... Can I drive around the other side there? I don't think I can. Thing is, that's a void down there, so... And it's also a void over that side. It's a bit precarious here. So I'm just going to park here near the walkway. And I will just transfer goods by hand into this part. It's going to take me a couple of runs. What don't I need? Don't need that. Don't need any concrete anymore. Apparently I need immersive spheres. You know what? I can probably put some in there and then do a shuffle. Well, I'm still probably going to make two. Bomerk, good evening. How are you? We are about to finish phase 2 at long last. Yeah, this factory is not very road accessible. I mean, there actually is a road down the bottom. You might be able to drive up the back. Should we try it? Because it would be nice to get the vehicle as close as possible, even if I don't have a station there. Let's go exploring. I mean, who cares if it's 11 PM at night? I think I can drive around the back. I mean, there's nasties down here, but as long as I don't get out of the safety of my totally not enclosed vehicle, I should be fine. Does anyone want to lay bets if I get punted off into the void? This is a really interesting area that I haven't really seen anyone else build stuff down here. Because the nodes in this area, I'm using 4 impure iron nodes, and that's the best iron in the area, is 4 impure nodes. Look, I could have built a little truck station down here. Huh. And there's this bit's weird over here. It looks like rock you can explode, but if you do explode it, there's void underneath. It is a very interesting neighborhood. Who said that? Anyone hear that? Yep, there he is. Where was he? I heard him. He jumped me. He probably came from above. There he is. Why was he so hurt? That's weird. He must have been fighting something else up there. Okay, so maybe they spawn up the top there. Just wake up. It's hard to catch your streams on time due to the time difference. I fully understand that. Thank you. I am quite practiced with the rebar. It is. I am streaming in the worst time zone in the world for availability for anywhere else other than here. I'm in Perth, Western Australia, and I do know that it's very hard to find a time, especially like when both Europe and the US are awake. It is the middle of our night, like not midnight, like 4 a.m. There's also a stinger that spawns out there, but hopefully we won't encounter him. So this is the Versatile Frameworks factory. We have a blueprint factory there and another one there. They are each making 10 versatile frames per minute, so we're making 20 total. And we do have an awesome sink here that is pumping away. So some of these would be coming from this factory. So we cleared out our coupons at the start of this session, which is about 4 hours ago, and we already have 10. So I suspect a lot of those is coming from the 20 per minute of versatile frames that this is outputting. Now, for some reason, I put the storeroom up the top here, where we have a nice observatory that overlooks over the void. And so you can see there's a coal node there and there's another coal node up the back there. So we're bringing the coal in, and then downstairs is 4 crappy impure iron nodes. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on, that's 9 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah, that's wider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Your inventory is wider than the storage. Who knew? So we need 1,000. Divided by 50 per stack. We need 20 stacks divided by 8. We need 2.5 rows from here. So that's 2 and a bit rows. Have you checked out the new Steam Frame VR headset coming out soon? I have been following the Steam Frame news. It looks very interesting. I'm waiting for reviews. I'm using a Quest 3, and the Quest 3 is similar, very similar optics. So it is pancake lenses, similar resolution. So it's not a huge update from the Quest 3 in that area. But the fact that it has eye tracking and the fact that it's a full Steam environment running Linux, which can also take ARM executables, so it'll be able to run Android apps, like all the Quest 3 games should be easily portable to it. It's very interesting. I'm disappointed that it's a black and white pass-through, because the pass-through video color is actually really useful. Even if you spend most of your time in VR, color pass-through is great. Now I've taken more frames than I need here, so we should have well over 1,000. So maybe I should expand this factory. Maybe when I have a train line, I'll bring the train line down here, because this is a bit squeezy for a train station, but I could put a station there and then the line could run maybe around. It could certainly run up and then circle back, I think. Okay, so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I said 2.5 rows of 8, didn't I? Yeah, 2.5 rows. So we do actually have more than 1,000 in here, and we have a whole bunch left. So I will just sync these once we're at the truck station. Just want to make sure that your mod shouldn't have problems with the hardware-wise. It shouldn't. This mod works fine with Quest 3 and Virtual Desktop. It works fine with the PSVR 2, and if you plug your PSVR 2 into a PC, it works okay with the Index. I know there's someone who's using it on a Somnium VR.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
We got an ad break. I'm going to do the ad break here, because I'd rather not do it in the middle of the drive. So yes, so far, like this mod will also work on a Vive. So while the controls has buttons, not everything requires a button. So all the actions are fully available on the menu. So if you are using a Vive with the crappy wand controllers, then you can use this mod fine. I don't know if many people are actively using it on a Vive, but some people have tested with it, that's for sure. There's people using a Beyond headset, Big Screen Beyond. So yes, so far compatibility has been very good. So yes, I don't see why the Steam Frame would be any different. Particularly UEVRs will suddenly become much more interested in Linux support. I think it does kind of work already. Yeah, UEVR has lousy Linux support currently. But I'm hoping, I too am hoping exactly the same thing. If suddenly Steam VR and Linux VR becomes a big thing, then I'm hoping the UEVR support might actually get like native support for Linux, perhaps? Maybe? Maybe. Anyway, Twitch wants me to have an ad break, so I'm going to take a brief break and have a bit more of that yummy spiced ginger beer. And we'll see you after the ad break to do this final truck run and finish phase 2. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
We're back. Hooray. Okay, and why is my window so huge there? Let me just reset my play space. That's better. Right, we got rudely interrupted by Twitch as we were about to deliver a literal truckload of versatile frames to our newly located space elevator. We also discovered that there is a back door to this factory, which is road drivable. And we've kind of narrowed down that the Stinger who lives back here probably lives up on the top there. Plan on getting Steam Frame and this one of main games that we're playing on. Awesome. Brand new runs, still haven't finished yet. Cool, cool. Just this guy, yes. This mod and UEVR does kind of work on Linux, but it is... there's a lot of hoops to jump through. You need to run the game in DirectX 11 mode, which is technically not supported. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff that you have to do to try and trick UEVR and everything to work together. But Dippy, who sometimes pops into the channel here, he has run it and run it reasonably well under Linux. He's running HEOS, I think it is. It's an ARM-based Linux that's quite optimized for performance. And yes, he has actually streamed Satisfactory VR using his setup. I think this was the road we came in at. It's quite steep, if you can call this a road. Luckily this tractor has excellent traction. Huh, well, I guess the elevator in the distance there is a good indicator of the direction we need to go. Just don't mind all the alpha hogs as we drive past. I'm wondering if I should actually approach from a different direction, because we drove this vehicle from our home location, but the elevator is kind of up and back a bit, so while we're in the safety of our well-protected vehicle here, let's drive around a bit and find some of these back streets. Another alpha hog. And a lot of the alpha hogs here are like sulfur or nuclear. There's another one there guarding that Mercer next to the massive spitter. Is my screen stabilization not working? Damn it, there it is, it's kicked in. Don't know why it wasn't on. Okay, so here's where the nuclear hog is. He should ignore us while we're in this vehicle. And if we turn on that, we can see the docking station we need to go to, which I think is actually up the back here. Maybe. I might have come around the back too much. Yes? No? Maybe? Yes, I missed it. I can see the power light. There it is. There it is. Now, quickly thrown together non-permanent truck station just for this special delivery, and we will rebuild it later on, probably as a train station or something. So we should be able to pull up here, press A to unload. And that should be it. How much of the load did it take? Pretty much all of it. Okay. Now we should start getting pop-ups on our HUD if we've actually wired this all correctly. So this is our new home for the hub. And, sorry, not for the hub, the elevator. And we've also started to build a mall / warehouse here, which the plan is, it's partly to be, yep, there we go, 45. Ow! Oh, poison, really? Oh, and a spider, okay. He's just a little one, but he did have a family early, and there was a big one in the family. Okay, the number is ticking up quite well. So we've actually merged these two into one, and I haven't actually built a way of getting up here. So let's go underneath. So this is still a bit work in progress under here. But basically all our project parts get delivered here. They go through a number of smart splitters. Now I have been paranoid and not connected the belt to the sink, but I think given that a number is now up to 292, it's safe to connect that. Because if there was overflow, it would actually block up. So that is now, basically this one is sorting based on versatile frameworks. So all the frameworks should go to there. Then when it's full, it will go all the way around, and we've got an awesome sink hiding up the back there. So late game, when we have like 4 different project parts all coming in here, we can filter all 4 of them here before syncing the rest. So here's our hub in progress. We haven't actually put any stuff in there yet. They're just placeholders at the moment, but we build a nice blueprint so that there's a uniform look to them. We can see our frames coming up here into our elevator, which is elevated on support legs. 500, halfway there. And that there should be enough in the truck to meet all requirements. I've already done the other 2 project parts, so this is the final one, and then we'll have finally finished phase 2. I'm going to put the rest of the frames that I've got in my inventory in the truck stop, because they're going to sink if they're back at the factory anyway. So I'm just going to chuck them all in here, and the excess can sink. Definitely need to work on some pedestrian access down here, but I can tidy that up later. Okay, so once we hit 1,000, this lift should stop and the awesome sink should kick into action. Now this should have dropped because we took out all the supplies that were at the Versatile Frames factory. So the Versatile Frames factory was probably producing a lot more points. Because we emptied the store, they would be going into the store rather than the sink. So this would have been lower level than it was before. But once this is done, we should get a flood of points. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Topeka. I had plans to do a brutalist, you know, mega concrete obstruction here and ended up with this style instead, which is sort of the style I keep coming back to. Okay, so they've stopped. So the rest should come into the overflow now. If I have it all connected up properly. It's not spinning yet. There it goes. Crunch. Look at the detail in it. Isn't that cool? So this was kind of a thrown in the back. Awesome sink because I didn't remember to plan for it in my height and layout. But I actually quite like it back here, so I'll probably move it and rearrange it and make it look like a separate building that's part of the main complex still. So we should see a huge spike here as the excess frames get sunk. It takes a minute or 2 to kick in. And I'll do some more detailing around here, maybe some extra structure to the supports. But these kind of big steel supports are pretty cool, and I haven't actually seen them before because you don't really notice them when you build the elevator just on a flat platform. It was only when I built it raised like this that, you build a constructor or any other machine and it supports lower down, the factory has them as well. Sorry, the elevator has them as well. Wonder if I can get a ladder extension there. Hey, there's our spike. Whoa, 336 points per minute. I mean, it's probably going to be a very short spike because it won't take too long to empty them. They are still coming though. Okay, let's go pull the lever. Gronk. This feels like it's taken forever to get to this point. Because I've insisted on having my factories look like factories before I moved on. Or at least mostly. Here we go, we're ready. Ceiling. Poor doggo.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress Presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 2 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 2 will be completed and the construction dock will be constructed. After completion of Phase 2, the technologies of Tiers 5 and 6 will become available in the hub.
Jetpacks, oil.
These might feel intimidating after your previous experience, but rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent. Highlights are oil production, railway transportation, the jetpack, and many more. Completing Phase 3 of Project Assembly is your next main objective.
Adaptive control
Just remember to
units,
focus on
they're a
producing and
pain in the
delivering
butt.
Project parts, and Fixit's faith in you will be strengthened.
So we still need versatile frameworks for next phase, so it's probably good to automate a train delivering those. Those are one of the early things we do. Pulling the lever. Oh, I was going to put a crick in my back. Oof. So cool. Actually, I'm going to sit down on a stool.
You have been performing more adequately under pressure and are closer than ever to saving the day. Perhaps you were the right choice for the job. Time will tell. You will now enter Phase 3 of Project Assembly. Continue as you are, and there should be no issue. For humanity. For Fixit.
Right, now the real game begins. Oi! He finally spotted me after this whole time. I've been taunting him as I built. He's been sitting up there and he hadn't noticed me. That's funny. He can stay there. Okay, so Phase 2 is done. You watch it, mate. Phase 3, we already have versatile frames. Actually, they'll already be feeding in again. If there's any left. No, they've all fed in. Okay, but we have fed in 12. I could automate a truck route. That would be a pretty funny truck route to automate. The modular engines, I think, is the next one there. I can't remember them being particularly hard. And the assembly director systems are a right pain in the butt. So we'll have to kind of come up with a scalable solution because we're going to need a lot more of them in Phase 4. But that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build factories that will scale up and produce enough parts to go through into the later game. Cool. Okay, so in this session, We have moved the space elevator to its new home. It's still a work in progress, but I think the groundwork of a interesting hub and projects area is working here. Eventually we'll get other supplies shipped in here, but I'll get out of here. I really need walkways and such sort of. I need a second tier with walking around and stuff like that. I'll take the truck back because that way the nuclear hog will ignore me completely, and maybe that spider if he's got any friends around. Okay, so from here we will probably unlock the next tier unlocks very quickly because we're already making a lot of the parts for most of the tiers. So I think some of the later ones need things like heavy modular frames, which is going to be fun. So tier 3 is going to be, it's going to be fun. We get to start on some plastics and rubber factories. Probably next we'll do plastic and rubber. I have a bunch more hard drives to unlock to get more alternate recipes because the default plastic and rubber recipes are rubbish. Not rubbish, it's just there are some very good alternate recipes that are really hard to resist. Especially if you need to scale up, and plastic and rubber are some of those things that you really need lots of later on. I should build a little garage for this vehicle rather than just parking it here all the time. Okay. Now let's have a quick look at the tiers of what stuff awaits us up next. Sorry, phase 3. So tier 4, tier 5, no, we've got those. Tier 5 and 6 is what we've got now. Jetpack needs stuff we already have. Bell processing needs stuff we already have. Logistics Marks 4, rubber. Okay, so we will be doing plastics and rubber next. But actually I've got rubber in the chests downstairs because the doggos have been giving me lots of rubber and plastic. So I could unlock that because Mark 4 belts would be very useful. Fluid packaging. This is useful for getting diluted packaged fuel on early. Although I don't know if I'll go fuel much. I'm trying to avoid making massive fuel stations. But again, I've got plastic downstairs that the doggos are giving me, so I can unlock that now. Petroleum power, again, got everything there. Plastic and rubber will automate soon. Tier 6. Same. They used to have heavy frames, I think, for trains, but they actually simplified it. Railway signaling, computers. Okay, so that's the first thing. Again, I think the doggos have brought me some computers, so I could possibly unlock this, but making these takes computers, so I really need a computer factory soon before I can get to that. And then we're going to hit the first boss monster, the heavy modular frame factory. We've got Fix It Blueprint Mark II. So computers and heavy frames are the two kind of big things we need to automate. Plastic and rubber are the two smaller things we need to automate. So not hard, and I've done it before, but it's going to take me a while if I'm putting full factory walls and things on everything as I go. Because that's the idea, is to try and leave something that actually looks like a factory rather than a floating platform. Okay, now as I mentioned at the start, I am on holidays currently. I do not know if that means lots of extra streams, but it probably means a couple of extra streams, and I might actually stream in the morning this time, which would probably be good for US people and terrible for European people. I also might stream things other than Satisfactory. My Satisfactory streams tend to get the best response. Oh yeah, gotta check the doggos before I log out. I've streamed some No Man's Sky, but I have a huge backlog of other VR games. So I might stream some other stuff, and I may only stream that on Twitch. So if you are watching on YouTube, oh, good one, Scratch. A slug to finish off the night. George, clad sheets. So we got Timmy and Snowy left. Timmy, Timmy, biomass, really? So I think this is Snowy. Come here, Snowy. Oh, a nuke! I can take out that nuclear hog again. Excellent. Yeah, they took computers and HMF out of the train recipe, which moves it before oil, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. As I said, I have done a playthrough without trains, so I've done the whole truckers logistics things before. But I like trains, and it would be nice to have trains earlier in the playthrough this time. Actually, wow, birds. Let's move those nukes into here. And then let's put them all in here with the other ones. See, I've already got quite a few computers, quite a bit of plastic and rubber. And I've got some heavy frames, so I could probably unlock everything, or most things. Yeah, we'd probably be looking at plastic and rubber next. Or we might have a stream where I'm hunting hard drives. I do have a whole lot of things sitting here that I haven't picked. And a couple of these have singles, so I could re-roll these and instantly get new recipes, because I think I really would like a couple of recipes before I go large-scale plastic and rubber. And do I have any more hard drives? I got 2, and I know there's a couple not too far away that directly that I can get easily. And as we saw with the truck, we drove past at least one crash site on the way here, so there's at least 3 hard drives that should be easy to get from near here. Still needs rubber, so not completely before oil, but better. Yes, yes, but plastic and rubber is early and much easier than doing a fully automated computer run. Although you could handcraft computers enough to get some trains going, I guess, before building a full factory. So that is possible as well. Okay, so I'm going to leave it here for tonight. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching, and thank you for those people who came in on Smirkin's raid. Hope you enjoyed yourself, or just had a nice peaceful lurk there. Everybody, if I don't see you soon, have a great Christmas and a great New Year, and if you're having holidays, stay safe and have fun. And if you celebrate in any other way, please enjoy your celebrations however they may be. So let me save my game. I do not know if I'll stream before Christmas because there is a lot of stuff happening between now and Christmas. Phase 2. Done. Hurrah. Excellent. No problems, no good, Nick. Thank you, thank you. I will see if there will be someone to raid out to, I'm pretty sure, because I believe the Pass It On event is on currently, and I believe Coffee Stain was actually streaming something earlier as well. So let me just switch to the goodbye screen, and I'll shut down and I'll switch over and we'll see who we can raid out to. Looks like the Quest has decided to close my browser when I don't look at it, which is not particularly useful. Outro. Okay. And I might actually do a Fixmas stream. I was doing a Fixmas factory last year, but for various reasons I didn't finish, and that was a lot of fun. So I might do some streams at random times and see if I can finish off my Fixmas factory, which was using factory carts as logistics for every step of the way. It was great fun. Okay. Just let me switch computers, load up my dashboard. Raid. Pass It On, Pass 99, reviewed by Satisfactory. That's DC1. Okay, so Coffee Stain Studios is still streaming. And they are streaming a review of the Pass It Online event by the looks of it. Oh, they're doing the Cart Tower. Okay, yeah, let's... if they let us, let's raid them, because they are the developers of this awesome game. So let me just... it says it'll let me raid. There we go. Everyone enjoy watching the community stuff over on the main channel. And I'll see you in the next stream. Good night.